Welcome everyone. Havoc and Catalyst face off on orange, where the favorite looks to keep their streak alive. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 670-250, and that psychological edge is on full display. He already beat Havoc in their last meeting today, so he knows exactly how to handle this matchup. The question is, if Havoc can find a way to break that streak. Catalyst pushes a 2-1 lead as Havoc struggles. Havoc ranks 6 on the ladder, isn't backing down. These rounds are over in a blink. Catalyst is just faster to the trigger right now. Pure speed there, just under 2 seconds. Catalyst dominates, cruising to a 4-1 lead over Havoc. He's playing like the favorite here. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit, cutting the lead to 2-4 as he fights back. Under a second for that kill. He does it again, 2 in a row for Havoc, who refuses to stay down. The underdog is flipping the script here. Havoc has a 49% win rate on this map, which is significantly higher than Catalyst's history here. This creates a strange dynamic where the better overall player is fighting against the map edge. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can use that home field comfort to close the gap. Unreal? Both players take heavy damage, but he survives the exchange to tie this up at 5-5. Havoc catches him from the ramp, taking 3 in a row to lead 6-5. The favorite is officially on the ropes here. Havoc leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying the 73% head-to-head win rate Catalyst holds over him. Havoc used a 4-round streak to seize control, putting the favorite in a tough spot. Side swap, time for a risk. Havoc edges it, 7-6, keeping the pressure high. He's the higher rated player on the ladder. Catalyst claws it back, locking this at 7-7. He's the top 10% talent on the ladder. A grit and grind win for Havoc to take the lead 8-7, continuing his climb back into this match. Took a bit longer to settle that one. Catalyst strikes back to make it 8-8, coming off a 13-10 win against him earlier today. Catalyst grabs the lead, making it 9-8. Fast hands there, closing it out in under 2 seconds. Both players bleed out in a frantic exchange, but he survives to make it 3 in a row. Insane. He barely survives that with 47 HP. Havoc snaps the run with a perfect shot, refusing to let the lead slip further. Clean as it gets, just 1 second to settle that. Catalyst is pulling ahead again, he needs just 2 more to wrap this up. He's playing as the top 5 talent on the ladder. Whoa, a total scrap, he survives a bloodbath with nearly nothing left to reach match point. Pure survival, staying alive with just 22 HP. Boom, he closes it out with a 3-round streak to take the map. Havoc really pushed the map edge today, but Catalyst just has his number. Second time he's taken him down today. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone. We're at the arena for Phantom versus Catalyst, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Phantom enters this as the best player on our ladder, and he is currently carrying a 28 record over the last 24 hours. He already beat Catalyst earlier today, so he has the psychological edge here. The question is whether Catalyst can use his historical lead in this matchup to pivot. Trade-off from the ramp, but he takes it 3 in a row for Phantom, our top-rated player on the ladder, making it look easy. Catalyst catches him from the ramp, showing some real resilience to make it 3-1. Fast exchange there to keep this close. 2 in a row for Catalyst, chipping away at the lead to make it 3-2. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. Wow, he wipes the slate clean. 3 in a row for Catalyst to tie it. Insane speed on that last kill to lock it down. Phantom answers back with a clean kill to take a 4-3 lead. The best player on the ladder, reminding us why he's rated first. Unreal. He survives with just 3 HP to take it from the ramp, making it 5-3. He's currently on a free win streak across his last 10. Catalyst shuts him down without taking a hit, continuing to climb back into this complete shutdown in just over a second. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 310-244 over the long term. While Phantom has the edge today, he is fighting against a player who historically knows exactly how to beat him. The question is if Catalyst can reclaim that mental advantage. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying the pre-match expectations here, keeping the favorite at arm's length. Watch to see if Catalyst can use his 74% map win rate to flip this in the second half. Side swap, fresh start. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing great resilience to pull it back to 6-7. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite pull away. Snaps that streak and levels the score at 7-7, completely erasing the deficit. Took a bit longer this time, but he still gets it. Phantom strikes back to grab an 8-7 advantage. Coming off a 13-7 win against Havoc earlier today. He doesn't take a single hit here to tie it 8-8, showing real resilience. The underdog completely ignores the ladder rankings here. Catches him from the boost, snapping that streak to take a 9-8 lead. The underdog is completely flipping the pre-match expectations. Boom! He doesn't take a scratch here, making it 3 in a row to lead 10-8. The ladder favorite is suddenly fighting for his life here. He doesn't even take a hit here. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst to make it 11-8. He doesn't take a hit, making it 5 in a row. Catalyst is at match point. Absolute lockdown from him to force the collapse. Whoa, he snaps that 5-round round to make it 9-12. The ladder favorite finally finds a way to push back. Boom, he doesn't take a scratch to close it out, completing the comeback and taking the map. He just proved why that long-term head-to-head record matters. Phantom's ladder rank didn't mean a thing here. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We're on orange for Havoc versus Phantom, where the favorite looks to keep their streak alive. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, but he enters this match after a loss to Catalyst. He historically owns this matchup with 790 total wins over Havoc. The question is if Phantom can shake off that last defeat and regain control here. Havoc leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Phantom. The best player on our ladder makes his move. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. That was a blink and miss kill. Unreal, he survives with just 8 HP after a brutal exchange to bring the score to 3-2. He's riding a strong 29 run over the last day. Phantom fights back to tie it up at 3-3. Our best player on the ladder is asserting that authority. Havoc takes him from the ramp to keep this lead, making it 4-3. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Phantom claws back to lock these at 4-4. Gone in a second and a half. Havoc edges ahead 5-4 to seize the momentum. Havoc is fighting through a 6-loss slide in his last 10. We're right back to a dead heat. Neither player can keep a lead for more than one round. Our highest rated player on the ladder is refusing to stay down. Phantom pulls ahead 6-5 to take the lead. He's already taken a 13-7 win over him today. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite holding a narrow cushion. Phantom used a 3-round streak to secure the lead and stay consistent with his 62% win rate on orange. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom nudges ahead 7-6 to reclaim the edge. Quickest kill of the match so far. Havoc is fighting through a tough stretch of losses lately. Havoc levels the playing field at 7-7. Our rank 6 player is playing like the favorite here. Boom, he snaps that streak and takes 3 in a row to lead 8-7. The best player on the ladder is staring at a deficit. Phantom answers back immediately, tying this up at 8-8 without taking a hit. Clean response to get this back to a dead heat. Phantom grabs the lead, moving ahead 9-8. Coming off a 13-7 win over him just 16 hours ago. Havoc strikes back to knot this up at 9-9. Both men coming off a loss to Catalyst just now. Havoc is building a real head of steam here, taking 3 of the last 4 to grab the lead. The best player on the ladder is struggling to find a response. Absolute deadlock as Havoc and Phantom sit at 10-10. Phantom has the edge in over 1,000 head-to-head meetings. Phantom's now got the momentum, taking 2 in a row to put himself in the driver's seat. 2 clean kills in a row to grab the lead. We are headed for a total toss-up here. Neither man can put the other away. Rank 6 is refusing to let the favorite pull away. He survives a heavy exchange to take the lead, putting Phantom at match point. Insane, he just barely hangs on to seal the lead. Game over. He shuts the door with a 1-second kill to take the map, 13-11. He really had to dig deep for this one. Havoc pushed him to the limit today, but the rank 1 stays on top. He had to work for that. Welcome to Fast Aim. Havoc and Catalyst are ready to go, with the favorite looking for another strong win. Catalyst wins 73% of their meetings. This historical edge carries over from their last match together, which Catalyst also took. The question is, if Havoc can break that cycle today, Catalyst cruises to a 2-0 lead, leaving Havoc reeling. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Phantom. Havoc takes him from the ramp, keeping this one very close. The rank 6 guy is showing he belongs in that top quartile. Havoc takes him from the ramp, raising that early lead to tie things up. Catalyst entered this one as the clear favorite. Boom, 3 in a row for Havoc, who doesn't even take a hit on this one. Unreal, that's a sub 2 second kill. Catalyst shuts him down without taking a hit, tying the score at 3-3. Coming off a 13-9 win over him earlier today. Havoc takes him on the ramp to pull ahead by 1. Tight exchange there, he barely walks away with it. He survives that one with just 34 health. Catalyst levels it up, making this a 4-4 deadlock. Tough break, he barely survives that one with 33 health. Catalyst picks him off the ramp to build a bit of a cushion here. Catalyst, rank 4 on the ladder, is asserting that authority. He catches Havoc with a knife out. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst. Pure reflex play, just 2.5 seconds there. Catalyst picks him off the ramp for 4 in a row, heading into the break at 7-4. Wraps the half with a clean window. Catalyst leads 8-4. This half follows the script, as the favorite uses a 5-round streak to pull away. Havoc kept it close early, but Catalyst's 73% head-to-head win rate is showing through here. Side swap. Time for a reset. Havoc has a 30% win rate in his last 10 matches. This slump is carrying over from a string of losses today and is finding it impossible to stop the momentum here. The question is if he can avoid another blowout. Catalyst knocks him off the planks to make it 3 in a row. He's just coming off a 13-9 win against Phantom. He catches Havoc off the ramp to make it 4 straight. Match point for Catalyst. Another clean kill without taking a single hit. Game over. He takes it from the ramp to win the map on a 5-round streak. He just had Havoc's number today. That's another one in the books for Catalyst. Welcome everyone. Phantom and Catalyst are facing off on Italy, with the favorite looking for a strong win today. Phantom has a 66% win rate on this map, which usually gives him a clear advantage. However, Catalyst has won their last few meetings, including a close match just a few minutes ago. The question is if the #1 player on the ladder can turn the tide here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst. The best player on the ladder is struggling early here. Boom! He snaps the run with a sub-second kill, showing some real resilience to make it 1-3. Whoa, he knocks him off the vine and survives by a thread to make it 2-3. Insane, that's 2 narrow escapes in a row for him. Unreal. He wipes the slate clean with a perfect kill to tie it at 3-3. The favorite is finally asserting himself here. Wow, he doesn't take a single hit. That's 4 in a row for Phantom. The favorite is playing exactly like the ladder suggests. He's simply not missing. 5 in a row for Phantom to take a 5-3 lead. Catalyst cuts the lead to 5-4 with a clean hit. He leads the head-to-head overall despite the ladder gap. He doesn't take a single hit here, continuing that climb back from the early deficit to lead 6-4. Catalyst knocks him off the vine to tie this up. The ladder's top 3 really are in a league of their own. Phantom leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the pre-match expectations by taking the lead here. He's leveraging a 66% win rate on Italy to keep the favorite on his heels. Side swap, time for a reset. He doesn't take a hit here, continuing his climb back to lead 8-5. The favorite is firmly back in control here. Breaks the streak and pushes the lead to 9-5, continuing this gritty climb. The highest rated guy on the ladder is taking over. Catalyst takes him from the vine to keep this within reach. Coming off a strong 13-4 win against Havoc today. Knocks him off the vine to snap the streak, making it 9-7. He's making that spot a nightmare for him right now. He doesn't let him breathe. 3 in a row for Catalyst as he continues this climb back. Phantom holds that run with a clean kill to lead 10-8, showing real grit after that early deficit. The favorite's ladder standing is starting to weigh heavy here. Phantom catches him from the vine without taking a hit, making it 11-8. Fast reactions there, closing it out in under 2 seconds. Boom. He doesn't take a scratch to reach match point, taking 3 in a row. He takes a few hits, but manages to fire back first, keeping this alive at 12-9. Tough trade there, but he keeps the dream alive. He delays him in half a second without taking a scratch, continuing this gutsy fight back. Boom! He deletes him in under a second to complete the comeback and take the map. He finally gets one over Catalyst after a long slump in their head-to-head. He really had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Phantom are on fast aim where the favorite faces a tough test today. Phantom takes him from the ramp to start things off, showing why he's currently the top rated player. The best player on the ladder starts strong. Phantom takes him from the ramp and these rounds are over in a blink. He's coming off a 13-11 win against him just now. He catches him from the ramp again, making it 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder looking completely untouchable. Havoc snaps the run with a clean kill, showing some real resilience to make it 2-3. The underdog refuses to go quietly here. Phantom is 99 in the last 24 hours, showing he's in peak form for this session. That momentum matches his historical edge over Havoc, who has struggled to find wins recently. The question is if Havoc can bridge that gap before this slips away. Havoc picks him off the ramp to pull it back to 3-5. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Havoc knocks him off the ramp, winning 2 in a row to keep this comeback alive. The underdog is flipping the script here. Phantom regains control to lead it 6-3. Our rank 1 player taking back the lead. Phantom takes him right off the ramp. These rounds are ending in a blur lately. Insane, that one was over in under 2 seconds. Unreal. Havoc survives with just 3 HP to knock him off the ramp before the break. Pure chaos, barely hanging on to wrap the half. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. This half is tracking right with expectations as the top seed holds a slim lead. Phantom's 67% win rate on this map is showing, but Havoc stays within striking distance. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom picks him off the wine box to keep his lead. He's the best player on the ladder for a reason. Havoc is currently on an 8-loss streak across his last 10 matches. That slump is colliding with a tough head-to-head history where Phantom has won the vast majority of their encounters. It's becoming a steep hill for Havoc to climb. Havoc catches him from the ramp for a clean kill, bringing the score to 6-10. He's a top quartile player and knows how to stay in it. Whoa, less than a second. Phantom is just too fast for him right now. Phantom wins the trade-off on the ramp, putting him at match point. 2 quick trades and he's right there. Boom, he closes it out without taking a hit, taking the map 13-6. He just had Havoc's number all day. That rank 1 gap was on full display here. Welcome to the Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst face off on Dunes, with the favorite looking for another win. Catalyst holds a 73% win rate in their head-to-head history. He has won every single one of their last 5 meetings, including a blowout just a few matches ago. The question is whether Havoc can finally break that pattern here. Havoc surges ahead, leading Catalyst 2-1. He's playing against a guy ranked number 4 on the ladder. Another one, he keeps it rolling with 3 in a row. A complete flip from their last meeting where Catalyst won 13-4. He catches him right off the box. That's 4 in a row for Havoc. The favorite is really struggling to find an answer here. He just can't be stopped. That's 5 in a row for Havoc. Total reversal from that 13-4 loss he just took. Finally, Catalyst snaps the run with a clean kill to make it 5-2. Quick response there, barely over a second. He doesn't even take damage. That's 2 in a row as he claws back into this. The favorite is finally starting to look like himself. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 3 straight as he erases that early deficit. The favorite is finally asserting that ladder gap. Havoc answers back quickly to push the lead to 6-4. Havoc is fighting for a tough 9-loss streak in his last 10. He doesn't take a single hit to pull it back to 5-6 before the break. Clean escape there, walking away with full health. We're tied 6-6 at the break. Havoc is defying the odds here, pushing the favorite to a stalemate. Havoc's 58% win rate on Dunes is showing, and he's playing well enough to pull off a surprise. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc edges ahead, 7-6 to reclaim the lead. He's playing against the number 4 guy on the ladder. Havoc takes him from the box, putting a bit of a cushion between them now. Both of these guys are coming off tough losses to Phantom today. Catalyst doesn't take a hit, showing real resilience as he continues to chip away at this lead. Havoc has a 10-19 record in the last 24 hours, so he's fighting through a rough day overall. Despite that, he's playing the best game of his day right now and keeping the lead. The question is if he can sustain this against a top 5 player. He doesn't take a hit, snapping the streak to tie this up at 9-9. The ladder favorite is finally reclaiming control of the server. Havoc strikes back to lead it 10-9. Havoc is currently sitting at rank 7 on the ladder. Wow, he doesn't even take damage to tie this up at 10-10. He's showing incredible resilience after that early deficit. He doesn't take a single hit to take the lead 11-10, continuing this gritty comeback. The favorite is finally getting back to his usual form. These rounds are flying by. We've seen 4 kills in under 9 seconds total. Tough fight there. He barely survived with 32 health. He doesn't take a hit to take the lead. 11-12 match point for Catalyst after a gritty climb back from a 4-round deficit. Boom! Catalyst knocks him off the box to complete the comeback and take the map. He really pushed the favorite to the limit, especially since he usually owns this map. Havoc just couldn't close it out. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst face off on Mappas with the favorite looking for a strong victory. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, but he is facing someone who has won more than half of their all-time meetings. Catalyst usually gets the better of him despite the gap in rating. The question is whether Phantom can use that recent win over him to flip the script today. Catalyst leads 2-1 and is hunting for the closeout. The best player on our ladder starts to push back. Phantom has completely flipped the momentum here, erasing that early lead in a flash. The highest rated guy on the ladder is asserting himself. Both players landed heavy shots, but he comes out on top. That's 3 in a row. He's coming off a strong 28 run today. He knocks him off the ramp. That's 4 in a row for Phantom, mirroring that 13-10 result from their last meeting. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 5 in a row. Less than 2 seconds to end it. Boom! Catalyst snaps the run with a clean kill, showing some real resilience here. Quick reaction there to keep this close. Phantom carries a 70% win rate on this map, which is a stark contrast to Catalyst's struggles here. While Catalyst usually wins their head-to-head meetings, the map edge is clearly swinging this in Phantom's favor. The question is if Catalyst can find a way to disrupt this flow. He deletes him in under a second without taking a hit, keeping this close before the break. Phantom leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the odds here, using a 5-round streak to put a favorite on his heels. Catalyst needs to solve this map where Phantom holds a 70% win rate to stay in it. Sides swap, fresh start. Phantom pushes the lead to 8-5, extending the gap. The best player on our ladder is just cruising now. Phantom makes it 9-5, putting a grip on this. Both players are in the top 5% of our rating. Doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row to make it 10-5. The favorite is simply playing his way here. Catalyst answers back with a clean kill, making it 10-6. Catalyst holds the lead in their all-time head-to-head. Catalyst claws back to 10-7, still fighting. He's actually the one with the better all-time win rate. Catches him from the ramp. That's 3 in a row as he keeps climbing back into this. Caught him completely off guard on that ramp. Insane. Both players trade heavy hits in a total bloodbath, but he survives by a thread to make it 4 in a row. Phantom holds the momentum with a clean kill to make it 11-9. Coming off a clean 13-6 win over Havoc earlier. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 12-9. Match point for Phantom. The favorite's just playing his way here. Wow, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out. Phantom takes the map. Catalyst fought back hard, even scraping through a low HP scramble, but he just couldn't shake him today. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Havoc and Phantom meet at the arena, where the favorite looks to keep their streak alive. Phantom holds a significant edge with 792 head-to-head wins over Havoc. He is coming off a win against the same opponent just moments ago, and the momentum seems to be staying with the league's top-rated player. The question is whether Havoc can break that pattern here. Phantom leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Havoc. Havoc is fighting to shake off a 10-match losing skid. These rounds are over in a blink. Phantom is just too quick today. The best player on the ladder is holding firm. Phantom just picks him right off the Tetris to push the lead to 5-1. Coming off a clean 13-6 win against him earlier today. Boom. Havoc doesn't take a single hit, showing some real grit to bring this to 4-2. The favorite is finally feeling some resistance here. Phantom has been on a tear with a 21-8 record in the last 24 hours. He's carrying that momentum into this set, while Havoc is trying to snap a long losing streak. It is a question of whether Havoc can actually disrupt this run. Phantom catches him from the box to snap that streak, making it 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is simply too sharp. Havoc doesn't take a single hit here, cutting the lead to 3-7. The rank 8 player is refusing to go away quietly. Phantom pulls ahead 8-3, stifling Havoc's comeback attempt. Just a blink, and he's back in control. Phantom leads 8-4. This half is playing out exactly as expected, with the top seed controlling the pace. Phantom's 63% win rate on the arena is showing through as he keeps Havoc at arm's length. Side swap, time for a reset. Phantom stretches it to 9-4, totally shutting him down. The best player on the ladder just asserts his authority. Havoc finds one, bringing it to 5-9. He's coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Catalyst just now. Havoc is putting together a real run here, chipping away at that lead with 3 wins in 4 rounds. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 3 in a row to keep this comeback alive. The favorite is suddenly playing from behind. A messy scrap where Phantom survives the chaos to make it 10-7. Scrapping it out to survive on 32 HP. Phantom is pulling away again. That little run from Havoc just evaporated in 2 rounds. The best player on the ladder is asserting himself. Havoc is refusing to let this slip away, keeping the gap at just 3 rounds. The highest rated guy on the ladder is finally looking vulnerable. Phantom deletes him in under a second to reach match point 12-8. Cleanest kill of the set, just under a second. Game over. Phantom doesn't take a single hit to close it out. 13-8. He just keeps dominating this head-to-head. Havoc fought hard, but he's still searching for a way to beat the best. Welcome to Red Line. We have Havoc taking on the favorite Catalyst in today's rifle duel. Catalyst leads the head-to-head with 673 wins over Havoc. He also took their most recent meeting in a close one, which makes this early lead feel like a continuation of that trend. The question is if Havoc can break that cycle today. He keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, leaving Havoc searching for answers. He's currently sitting in the top 5% of the ladder. Havoc answers back. He shows some resilience here to make it 1-3. Fast reaction there to keep this close. Catalyst pulls ahead again, making it 4-1. The favorite is staying composed here. He refuses to fade away, chipping back at the lead to make it 2-4. Insane speed on that kill, just 1 second. Havoc is currently on an 11-loss streak and is struggling to find a way to break that momentum here. He's been dropping matches all day, including a close one against Catalyst just moments ago. The question is whether he can turn things around before this gap widens. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to push this lead to 6-2. The rank 3 player is taking control here. He snaps that streak right back, taking 3 in a row to lead 7-2. Under a second for that kill. Havoc cleans that up without taking a hit, bringing it to 3-7. Havoc's top quartile status showing through a tough stretch. Havoc claws back to 4-7, still fighting here. Coming off a tough 8-13 loss to Phantom just now. Catalyst leads 7-5. This half tracks the pre-match read with the favorite holding a slim lead. Catalyst's 79% map win rate is showing here, but Havoc is keeping this closer than the history suggests. Side swap, fresh start. Both players eat damage here, but he wins the scrap to make it 6-7. Tough trades there, but he manages to survive with 48 health. Wow, he does it. Havoc wins 2 in a row to tie this up at 7-7. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Catalyst regains the edge, pushing it to 8-7. He's currently rank 3 on the ladder. Unreal. A total slugfest where he barely survives with 20 HP to tie it at 8-8. Whoa, he just refused to go down in that one. He wins the scrap on the ramp to take the lead 9-8, showing great resilience after that early deficit. Complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Wow. He knocks him off the ramp and barely hangs on to tie it 9-9. Insane, he just barely holds on with 21 health. Unreal. A complete bloodbath where he survives with just 14 health to make it 10-9. Man, he just refuses to die in these scraps. Catalyst wipes him off the ramp without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row. Similar to their 13-11 clash on Blame Dunes just now. Boom, he cleans that up without taking a hit to make it 4 in a row. Match point. The favorite is back in the driver's seat here. Havoc snaps that run with a clean kill to keep his comeback alive at 10-12. A slower pace there, but he gets the job done. Game over. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to take the map. He really had to scrape for it, barely surviving twice under 30 health to hold on. Havoc pushed him to the limit. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Catalyst face off now with the favorite looking for a strong win. A total scramble on the ramp, but Catalyst wins the race to the trigger. The best player on the ladder starts on the back foot. Phantom is coming in with a 22-8 record over the last day. He's carrying that momentum into a matchup where Catalyst historically holds the upper hand. We have to see if the current form can outweigh the long-term history here. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. Phantom and Catalyst stay level. The best player on the ladder is taking control here. Phantom starting to pull away here. He's really putting the pressure on Catalyst early in this set. Best player on the ladder, showing why he's rank 1. Phantom and Catalyst are tied 3-3, totally locked in. Catalyst leads 311-246 in their all-time head-to-head. Phantom edges ahead, 4-3, seizing the lead. Clean kill, barely a second of action there. These rounds are over in a blink, neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Catalyst claws back to lead it 5-4. He's coming off a tough 9-13 loss to Phantom earlier today. Back to a stalemate. Phantom and Catalyst sit at 5-5. The top seed on the ladder staying composed here. Catalyst is starting to pull ahead here, putting a bit of a gap between them as we head toward the half. Clean break there, barely 3 seconds of action. Catalyst leads 7-5 at the break. This aligns with the pre-match read as Catalyst uses his 74% win rate on the arena to keep the edge. We'll see if Phantom can close this gap after the switch. Side swap time to reset. Catalyst has a 71% all-time win rate and he's putting that experience on display right now. He's shaking off a losing record from the last day to push Phantom's lead into a real deficit. The question is whether the top seed can find a way to answer. Phantom catches him from the Tetris, showing real resilience as he makes it 7-8. 2 quick ones in a row for the favorite. Unreal. He wipes the slate clean with 3 in a row to tie it at 8-8. Highest rated guy on the ladder making a statement here. He shuts down the run immediately to reclaim the lead. 8-9. He's fighting through a 14-17 day to keep this lead. He doesn't take a single hit, raising the deficit to tie it at 9-9. Purely a reflex battle, neither player taking a single hit. Catalyst knocks him off the boost to take the lead. The rank 3 player holding his ground against the best in the league. Catalyst knocks him off the Tetris, putting a 2-round cushion between them. Insane speed, just under 2 seconds for that kill. He snaps the streak and moves to match point, making it 9-12. Purely a battle of nerves now. Wow, he doesn't take a single hit to keep this comeback alive, making it 10-12. Fast. Boom, Catalyst shuts it down without taking a hit to win the map 13-10. He really had to dig deep to stop that comeback, but the underdog pulls off the upset here. What a fight! Welcome to Italy. Havoc and Phantom face off today, with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Havoc picks him up from the wine, and that's a quick start for the underdog. Phantom's the best player on the ladder, though. Phantom takes him from the wine to even things up. These rounds are over in a blink. He's the best player on the ladder for a reason. Phantom has won 64% of their head-to-head matches over a long history. He actually beat Havoc 13-8 in their last meeting just now, and that historical edge is showing up early here. The question is if Havoc can break that pattern. Phantom edges ahead, 3-2 in a tight battle. Gone in a second. Havoc is refusing to let Phantom pull away, keeping this deadlock completely level. Whoa, a total slugfest. He barely survives that trade to take the lead 4-3. Insane, he's barely clinging on with 20 HP. He snaps back and wins another. That's 3 in a row for Havoc. Complete reversal from his 12-game losing streak. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is suddenly under pressure. Boom! Phantom breaks the run and shows some real resilience to pull it back to 6-4. Clean kill, and that one was over in under 2 seconds. Another for him. He doesn't take a scratch and keeps this comeback alive before the break. Six at the half. Havoc is defying the odds here, erasing a 12-game losing streak to stay level with the world #1. Phantom is fighting to regain control after that 4-round slide. Sides, swap, fresh start. A total brawl. He survives the exchange to reclaim the lead 7-6. Pure chaos. He barely walks away from that one. Wow, a complete scrap. He survives by a threat with 13 HP to tie it 7-7. He doesn't take a single hit in a sub-second kill to make it 8-7, continuing this comeback. Havoc strikes back to lock this up at 8-8. Havoc is proving he belongs in that top quartile of the ladder. He doesn't take a single hit in this one, showing great resilience to lead 9-8. The favorite staying steady under the pressure. Phantom answers back to make it a dead heat at 9-9. Still, a huge gap between the best player and rank 8. Phantom catches him from the wine to take a 10-9 lead, showing real grit in this comeback. Phantom shuts him down without taking a hit, moving to 11-9 as he continues this comeback. The favorite's just reclaiming his spot at the top of the ladder. Havoc keeps this within 1. This match is heading toward a total toss-up. Sub-second kill to keep this fight alive. Havoc has all the momentum now, erasing that lead to bring this match to a dead heat. Phantom doesn't take a scratch to grab the lead. 12-11, he's on match point. The favorite's holding steady as the highest rated guy on the ladder. Havoc catches him from the Tetris to tie it 12-12. We're heading to overtime. Unreal, he forces the extra frames with that hit. Phantom doesn't take a single hit to win it 13-12, completing a gritty climb back to take the match. Wow, he closes it out perfect. Havoc takes him from the wine to keep this overtime locked in a dead heat. Fast exchange, keeping this overtime deadlock completely level. Phantom knocks him off the wine in a brutal exchange, surviving by a threat to lead 14-13. back to a dead heat. Neither player can put together a real run to end this overtime. Clean hit, he doesn't take a single scratch. Boom, 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 boom. Phantom handles the exchange with ease to reach match point 15. Walked away from that one, almost completely untouched. Unreal, he deletes him in under a second without taking a hit to win the map. He really had to fight for this one in overtime. Havoc pushed him to the limit, but Phantom's experience at the top of the ladder won out. He had to work for that. Welcome to Fast Aim. Havoc takes on the favorite Catalyst in this 1v1 battle. Let's see who wins. Havoc catches him right off the wine box to start things off. A surprising start for Catalyst, given his 73% H2H edge. Havoc entered this match on a 13-loss streak, making this start a complete reversal of his recent form. He actually lost to Catalyst in their most recent meeting, so he's playing with a point to prove here. The question is if he can keep this pace up. Catalyst answers back with a clean kill, showing some resilience to make it 3-1. Pure speed on that kill to get back in it. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp, keeping this comeback alive to make it 3-2. Favorite is finally starting to assert himself here. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to tie it up at 3-3. Total reset. We're right back to square one. Unreal. He takes the lead with 4 in a row, completely erasing that early deficit. Just a blink and the lead changed hands. Havoc wins the trade-off from the ramp to tie it up at 4-4. Havoc, rank 9 on the ladder, is refusing to fold. Catalyst takes this one without taking a hit, reclaiming the lead 5-4. Didn't even let him get a shot off. Havoc levels the playing field at 5-5. Catalyst rank 3 on the ladder, can't pull away here. Havoc takes him right off the toolbox to keep the momentum shifting. The favorite is struggling to hold his ground here. Havoc leads 7-5 at the break. This is a shock result, giving Catalyst wins 73% of their head-to-head matchups. The underdog is outplaying the favorite right now, and the pressure is on Catalyst to flip the script. Side swap. Time for a reset. Catalyst picks him off the ramp, showing real grit to close the gap to 7-6. The higher rated man is finally fighting back. Havoc picks him off the ramp in just over a second to push the lead back to 2. Catalyst digs in to win this exchange, keeping the comeback alive at 8-7. The rank 3 man refuses to let this slip. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to tie this up at 8-8. 2 quick ones to wipe out that lead. Havoc takes him from the wine box to reclaim the lead. Havoc is playing way above his 49% all-time win rate here. Havoc takes him off the ramp to push the lead to 2. He's playing much better than his recent losses to Phantom suggest. Catalyst picks him off from the ramp, continuing to claw back into this match. Took a few seconds longer to resolve that one. Havoc takes him from the ramp. He's really putting the pressure on here as he pulls ahead by 2. He's flipping the script on their last meeting on red line. Catalyst wipes him out without taking a hit, showing real resilience to bring it to 11-10. The ladder's top 3 talent showing his class. Havoc wins a scrappy fight to reach match point, leading 12-10. Tough fight to win, but he gets the barely survived that exchange to get the edge. Catalyst denies the match point from the ramp, refusing to let this game slip away. Insane. He keeps himself in this game with a clutch stop. Boom. Havoc shuts it down from the ramp to win the map 13-11. He just snapped a 13-match losing streak in the most brutal way possible. Catalyst couldn't find the answer. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst face off on Mapas, where the favorite looks to secure a big win. Phantom enters this one with a 70% win rate on the map. That's a stark contrast to Catalyst, who historically struggles here. It will be interesting to see if the ladder's top player can turn that map edge into a blowout. Phantom leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Catalyst. Our best player on the ladder is getting tested early. These rounds are over in a blink. Phantom is just too fast for him right now. The best player on the ladder is playing his part. Phantom surges to 4-1, leaving Catalyst in the dust. He's coming off a 23-9 run over the last day. He doesn't even take a hit 3 in a row for Phantom. Despite the score, Catalyst leads their lifetime head-to-head. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row. The best player on the ladder is proving it today. Finally, Catalyst snaps the run with a clean shot, bringing it to 6-2. Boom, that was a lightning fast. Catalyst leads their lifetime head-to-head, 312-246. He has a habit of getting the better of Phantom, including a win in their very last meeting. The question is whether he can use this current momentum to erase the lead entirely. Phantom catches him clean to make it 7-4 before the break. Quick reset there to stop the slide before the break. Phantom leads 8-4 at the break. The favorite is struggling here as the underdog flips the script and takes a commanding lead. Phantom's 70% map win rate is showing in every round. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom pushes to 8-5, keeping Catalyst at arm's length. The ladder's number 3 isn't going away quietly. He breaks the streak and makes it 2 in a row, showing real resilience here. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite pull away. Phantom claws back to 9-6, regaining the control. Clean kill, barely a second of action there. Phantom hits 10-6, putting a vice grip on this. Our top-rated player is simply too strong today. That was a blink, and you miss it kill. Catalyst is speeding up just as the gap starts to close. He snaps the streak with a 1-second kill, refusing to let this lead grow. Phantom is pulling away now, putting a 3-round cushion between himself and Catalyst. The best player on the ladder is just taking over. A scrap of a round, but Catalyst wins the fight to keep this comeback alive. A gritty fight, but he manages to survive with over 50 HP. Another one for Catalyst, who keeps this comeback alive to make it 11-10. Phantom shuts down the comeback and hits match point, making it 12-10. The favorite holds steady when it matters most. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. He ends it in less than a second, taking the map 13-10. He finally gets one over Catalyst in a while. Despite that huge lifetime deficit, he really had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Phantom meet on Mappas, where the favorite looks to keep his streak alive. Phantom leads their head-to-head record 794-455. He also took the most recent win between these two, and he is looking to maintain that psychological edge here. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to break that pattern. Phantom edges ahead 2-1 to seize the momentum. Havoc is actually the number 8 player on the ladder. Phantom catches him right on the ramp to push this lead to 3-1. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, just keeps delivering. Havoc claws back, leaving Phantom leading 3-2. Clean finish under 2 seconds. Phantom catches him from the ramp to push the lead to 4-2. Coming off a strong 24-9 run today. Havoc is playing with an 11-21 record over the last 24 hours. He is struggling to keep pace against a top-tier opponent who has been playing nearly perfect today. It will be tough for Havoc to turn this around. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 3 in a row to lead 6-2. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is just playing his game. Havoc snaps the run with a sub-second kill, making it 4-6. Wow, a sub-second kill to shake things up. Phantom strikes again to stretch the lead to 7-3. He's playing like the best player on the ladder. Phantom pulls further ahead, now commanding an 8-3 lead. Phantom just beat him 16-14 on AIM Italy P recently. Phantom takes a 9-3 lead into the break. This is tracking exactly with the pre-match read, as Phantom leans on a 70% win rate on Mappas to build a 6-round cushion. Havoc needs a big response after the switch. Side swap, Havoc needs a reset. Phantom dominates, pushing his lead to 10-3. Phantom, the highest rated guy on the ladder, is just cruising. Whoa, a total slugfest. He scrapes through with just 21 HP to make it 4-10. Insane. He barely hangs on to take that one. Phantom is just too fast. He shuts down that comeback attempt immediately to move within 2 of the finish. Insane. He scrapes by with nearly nothing left after knocking Havoc off the ramp for match point. Pure chaos, but he still finds the... Havoc doesn't take a single hit to keep this alive, but Phantom still needs one more. Cleanest kill we've seen in a while. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out, and Phantom takes the map. He's just on another level today. Phantom continues his tear, leaving Havoc searching for answers on Mappas. Welcome everyone. Havoc and Catalyst face off on orange, with the favorite looking to secure another win today. Catalyst leads their head-to-head history with 674 wins despite that long-term edge. Havoc just beat him 13-11 in their most recent meeting. The question is whether Catalyst can reclaim his usual control here. Catalyst edges ahead 2-1 with a slim lead. He's the higher rated guy on the ladder for a reason. Another clean kill for him. 3 in a row and he didn't even take a hit. Wow, a total slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to make it 4 in a row. Insane. He just barely held on to that one. Both players land hits, but he comes out on top to make it 5 in a row. He's playing like a top 7% player right now. Havoc snaps the run with a clean kill, bringing the score to 3-5. Havoc actually holds the edge in win rate on this map. Havoc is coming in with an 11-21 record over the last 24 hours. He just lost a close one to Phantom right before this, so he's really looking for the bounce back here. We'll see if he can turn this around. Catalyst catches him right off the ramp to push this lead to 5. Catalyst is playing exactly like the favorite here. He shuts down the comeback instantly, 3 in a row now, and he didn't even take a hit. Havoc catches him fast, getting a clean kill before the break. Fast exchange there to wrap up the... Catalyst leads 8-4. This is tracking exactly how we expected, with the favorite using a 5-round streak to build a cushion. Havoc needs to lean on his map experience to close this gap after the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Havoc grabs one back, trading Catalyst 5-8 now. Another lightning fast kill to keep this push alive. Another... He doesn't even take a hit to make it 2 in a row, showing real grit to close this gap to 6-8. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row, cutting the lead to 7-8. Boom, boom, boom. He makes it 4 in a row to tie this up at 8-8. The underdog has completely flipped the script here. Whoa. Total brawl. He survives the exchange to make it 5 in a row and take the lead 9-8. Man, he's just refusing to let him breathe now. Catalyst survives a messy exchange to break the run and tie it at 9-9. A top 4 player fighting to keep this locked. A messy exchange where both land hits, but Havoc pulls ahead to make it 10-9. He's showing real resilience after that early deficit. Tough exchange where both land hits, but he keeps the comeback alive at 11-9. 2 in a row, ending in almost the exact same time. Another untouched kill. He makes it 3 in a row and hits match point. Absolute lightning speed on that last kill. He survives a frantic exchange to halt the slide and keep this comeback alive. The favorite is finally fighting back to stay in this. He shuts him down without taking a hit, making it 2 in a row as he fights back. Quickest kill he's had in this entire comeback. Unreal. He wins a tight exchange to make it 3 in a row, forcing overtime at 12-12. Total reset heading into the extra blocks. Boom. He wipes him without taking a hit, completing the climb from 6 down to lead 13-12. The underdog flipping the script entirely. A brutal scrap where both land hits, but he survives it to make 2 in a row. Hard fought win there, but he keeps the lead. Boom. He wipes him clean to make it 3 in a row and hit match point. Pure speed on that last kill. shuts him down without taking a hit, showing real resilience to keep this fight going. The favorite refusing to go quietly here. Boom! He wipes him clean to complete the comeback and take the map. He just snapped a massive losing streak in their head-to-head history to take this in overtime. Catalyst couldn't find the answer. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst meet on Italy, with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Phantom holds a 66% win rate on this map, which is a stark contrast to Catalyst's struggle here. Even with that edge, Phantom is facing someone who historically wins the majority of their head-to-head meetings. We'll see if the map advantage outweighs the history. Catalyst leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Phantom. The best player on the ladder is feeling the heat. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react. The best player on the ladder is making it look easy. Whoa, a total slugfest. Catalyst scrapes through with almost nothing left to make it 3. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to him earlier today. Phantom strikes back and we are deadlocked at 3-3. The best player on the ladder looking to take control. Catalyst edges ahead 4-3, reclaiming the lead. The fifth player on the ladder, keeping him in check. Neither player can pull away. We're seeing a complete stalemate as they trade rounds back and forth. Phantom is riding high after that 13-5 win over Havoc. Phantom catches him on the wine, putting him on a 2-round run to take the lead. The best player on the ladder asserting his rank. Boom. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. Sub-second reaction there, barely had time to breathe. Unreal. He doesn't take a scratch and makes it 4 in a row before the break. Wraps the half with another clean win. Phantom leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the head-to-head history here, using a 4-round streak to seize the lead. Catalyst is struggling to keep pace as the side switch. Catalyst needs a total reset. Catalyst snaps the run with a clean hit, showing some real resilience to pull this back to 7-6. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite pull away. He wins the scrap to make it 2 in a row, tying this up at 7-7. 2 seconds of action, and we're right back to square one. Wow, he doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst as he erases that early deficit. Doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst as he wipes away that early deficit. The favorite is completely stalled out here. Phantom breaks the run with a sharp exchange to bring it to 8-9. The highest rated guy on the ladder refuses to stay down. Phantom levels it at 9-9. We're completely tied. He's coming off an 80% run in his last 10. He doesn't take a single hit, showing great resilience to take a 10-9 lead. Pure reflex there, just a blur of motion. He shuts down the run with a clean hit, taking a 2-round lead at 9-11. The favorite is struggling to hold his ground here. He shuts down the run with a clean hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst, and he's now at match point. Quick exchange there, just under 2 seconds of action. He breaks the run to keep this alive, showing real grit to make it 10-12. Boom, he doesn't take a scratch to seal the deal, completing the comeback to win it all. He just proved the map stats wrong and keeps that head-to-head lead alive. Phantom played out of his mind, but he couldn't close it. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Redline. Havoc takes on the favorite Phantom in this first to 13 rifle duel. Havoc wins the race on the ramp to take the opening round. Phantom is the best player on the ladder right now. Havoc catches him from the ramp again. These rounds are over in a blink. Quite a shift from that 13-5 result in their last meeting. Phantom catches him right off the ramp to keep this close. Our best player on the ladder is finally answering back. Havoc takes him from the ramp, pulling ahead to 3-1. 2 seconds, purely a reflex win. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history. He usually has the answer for Havoc, but that historical edge isn't showing up on the scoreboard today. The question is whether Phantom can pivot his approach before this gap widens. Phantom knocks him off the ramp, bringing the score to 5-2. The best player on the ladder trying to claw back. Havoc knocks him off the Tetris to push this lead to 6-2. Phantom is normally the best player on the ladder. Havoc picks him off the ramp to push this lead to 8-2. He's really pulling away here at a tough look for the #1 player on the ladder. He just doesn't miss. 3 in a row for Havoc, and he barely took any damage. Total flip from his 20-10 days so far. He wipes him off the ramp for 4 in a row, heading into the break with a 9-2 lead. Wraps the half with a clean sweep of the last 4. Havoc leads 10-2. We expected the top-rated player to control this, but Havoc is currently forcing a major upset. Phantom has won 64% of their career meetings, yet he looks lost against this pace. Side swap time for a reset. Phantom picks him off the ramp to keep this from becoming a complete blowout. Phantom rank 1 on the ladder, fighting to stay in this. Havoc is just too fast. He's completely dismantled the favorite's momentum here. Havoc is playing like a man possessed despite that 49% map win rate. Phantom is alternating rounds now, trying to chip away at that lead before the door slams shut. Clean kill, not even letting him get a shot off. He wins the duel to reach match point, putting the score at 12-4. Insane speed, barely a second to decide it. Whoa, a total slugfest. He barely survives with a sliver of health to make it 12-6. Unreal, he just barely hangs on there. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out. Taking the map 13-5. He just completely ignored the rankings today. Phantom's usually the one in control, but Havoc was just too fast. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst face off on Dunes with the favorite looking for another win. Havoc holds a 58% win rate on this map, which is a stark contrast to the usual history here. Catalyst normally controls this matchup, but he's struggling to find a way through after losing their most recent meeting. The question is if Havoc can keep that momentum going. Catalyst leads 2-1, keeping the pressure on Havoc. He's currently the number 4 player on the ladder. Wow. That was a blink and you miss it round. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. 1 second, purely a reaction time win. Catalyst picks him off the box to take a 2-round lead. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss an hour ago. Whoa, a complete slugfest. Catalyst survives a Razor Fin exchange to make it 4-2. He's the higher rated player on the ladder for a reason. Boom, he snaps the streak and takes 3 in a row to lead 5-2. Under 2 seconds for that kill. Catalyst catches him on the box to make that 4 in a row. The favorite is asserting his control here. He doesn't even take a hit, that's 5 in a row for Catalyst. He's a top 7% player on the ladder for a reason. Havoc snaps that run with a clean hit to make it 3-7. He's coming off a strong 13-5 win against Phantom earlier. Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head with 674 wins. Despite that historical gap, he's struggling to maintain the lead after losing a close one to Phantom an hour ago. The question is if he can recover before Havoc takes over completely. Catalyst leads 8-4 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite using that 73% head-to-head win rate to keep Havoc at arm's length. Now we see if Havoc can flip the script after the switch. Side swap time for a reset. Catalyst holds a steady 8-5 grip on this. Havoc is currently rank 6 on the ladder. Catalyst pushes to 9-5, widening the gap further. Clean exchange there, he takes no damage at all. Catalyst knocks him off the box to push this lead to 5 rounds. Quick reaction there to knock him off the box. Catalyst climbs to 10-6, nearly closing the door. Clean walk through there, he doesn't even take a hit. Catalyst is just too fast here. He's really pulling away and leaving Havoc with no room to breathe. Clean walk through, didn't even take a hit. Havoc takes him from the box, cutting the lead to 4. Fast exchange there to keep this game alive. Havoc is chipping away at this lead. He's put together 3 wins in a row to make it an 11-8 game. Unreal, he doesn't take a single hit, making it 3 in a row as he claws back into this. Insane. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 4 in a row as he erases that lead. He snaps the run with a clean hit to reach match point. Man, he just shuts that comeback attempt down cold. Boom. Catalyst doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. Havoc really fought back to keep this one interesting, but he just couldn't overcome that lifetime head-to-head gap. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone! Phantom and Catalyst are facing off on Mappas with the favorite looking for a strong win today. Phantom holds a 70% win rate here and he's generally much more comfortable on this map than Catalyst is. It's a sharp contrast to their head-to-head history where Catalyst usually gets the upper hand. We'll see if that map edge outweighs the historical trend. Phantom edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Catalyst. The best player on the ladder, showing why he's ranked first. These rounds are over in a blink. Phantom is just faster to the trigger right now. 1 second, he's just deleting him. Catalyst picks him off the ramp to tie this up. We're right back to a toss-up. Coming off a 13-10 win against him just now. Phantom pulls away to a 4-2 lead. The best player on the ladder, asserting his rank. Phantom is 22-10 in the last 24 hours, showing he has the hot hand today. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that recent win against Havoc, while Catalyst has been much more inconsistent. The question is whether Catalyst can find a way to break this momentum. Catalyst answers back to keep it 6-3. Catalyst rank 3 on the ladder refuses to go away. He catches him completely clean to make it 2 in a row, showing real resilience here. The underdog flipping the script after a slow start. 3 in a row for Catalyst. He's clawing back into this before the break. Almost a complete reversal before the half. Phantom leads 7-5. We expected the favorite to run away with this, but the underdog is actually controlling the pace. Phantom's 70% win rate on Mappas is proving to be the deciding factor here. Side swap, fresh start. Both players catch each other, but he survives the exchange to make it 7-6. Barely survived that exchange to close the gap. Phantom pushes it to 8-6, reclaiming the cushion. The ladder's top seed asserting his place here. Both players on the ramp, and Phantom just wins the race to the trigger. He's the highest rated guy on the ladder right now. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Phantom. Catalyst usually has the edge in their head-to-head history. He breaks the run to keep it 10-7. Quick exchange, but he gets the kill. Coming off a 13-10 win against him just now. Whoa, Phantom barely hangs on from the ramp, surviving with a sliver of health to make it 11-7. Insane, he lives on a sliver of health there. Catalyst is chipping away at that lead, refusing to let Phantom close this out quickly. He doesn't take a single hit, snapping back to make it 2 in a row for Catalyst. Cleanest kill of the match so far. Boom, he takes a hit, but still wins the race, making it 3 in a row for Catalyst. The underdog completely flipping the pre-match expectations right now. Phantom halts the run with a clean kill to reach match point, leading 12-10. The favorite stabilizing just when the momentum shifted. He doesn't take a single hit, showing incredible resilience to keep this alive at 12-11. Unreal Catalyst doesn't take a hit to tie it 12-12, forcing this match into overtime. He does it, 3 in a row for Catalyst to complete the comeback and take the match. Unreal, a total reversal of the pre-match expectations. unreal. He wins the race again to take the match, capping a 4-round tear to complete the comeback. Phantom shuts him down in less than a second, ending that run to make it 13-14. Phantom has completely flipped the script here, erasing that deficit to put us in a dead heat. Catalyst usually takes the win in this head-to-head matchup. Insane, both players trade heavy damage in a total bloodbath, but Catalyst survives with nearly nothing to reach match point 15-14. Wow, Catalyst deletes him off the ramp to finish the comeback and take the match. He just completely ignored the map stats to pull this off in overtime. Phantom had every advantage, but he couldn't stop that momentum. What a fight. Welcome to Fast Aim. Havoc takes on the favorite Phantom in this 1v1 rifle duel. Let's get started. Phantom takes the opening round from the ramp, starting things off fast. The best player on the ladder starts as expected. Havoc picks him off the ramp to even things up. He already took a 13-5 win over him earlier today. Phantom picks him off the ramp to take a 2-round lead. The best player on the ladder is asserting himself. Phantom has won 64% of their head-to-head matches over a long history. He has a clear comfort level against Havoc, and the current scoreline is starting to reflect that historical age. The question is if Havoc can find a way to disrupt this flow. Havoc catches him off the ramp without taking a hit, showing some real resilience here. Clean exit, didn't even let him get a shot off. Phantom pulls ahead 5-2, firmly in control here. The best player on the ladder asserting his rank. Phantom hits 6-2, putting a serious squeeze on Havoc. Our top-rated player on the ladder taking full control. Havoc takes it on the ramp, keeping this match closer than the rankings suggest. Tight survival there. He barely walked away with that one. Phantom picks him right off the toolbox, keeping the lead comfortable here. Best player on the ladder making it look easy. Phantom picks him off the ramp and he's really starting to pull away here. The top player on the ladder taking a firm grip here. Phantom leads 8-4 at the break. This half is playing out exactly as expected for the favorite. Phantom's 67% win rate on fast aim is showing, and he holds a comfortable cushion heading into the switch. Havoc needs a total reset here. Havoc is coming off a 10-22 record in the last 24 hours, but he's showing a lot more confidence in this specific duel. He already beat Phantom 13-5 earlier today, and we're seeing that recent success bleed into this set. The question is if he can keep this momentum going to close the gap. Phantom hits 10, leaving Havoc buried at 5. The highest rated player on the ladder is back in charge. Whoa, Havoc catches him from the ramp and barely survives that fight. Insane. He just barely hung on to that one. Phantom takes him from the ramp, and these rounds are ending in a blink. He's coming off a tough stretch with 3 straight losses today. Havoc keeps trading blows here, refusing to let Phantom pull further away. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Phantom doesn't take a single hit here. He's at match point, 12-7. Pure efficiency, barely a second on the clock. Boom. Phantom shuts the door without taking a hit to win the map, 13-7. He just wiped the floor with him, ending one round in barely over a second. Phantom's back in the win column. Welcome to Red Line. Havoc takes on the favorite. Catalyst in today's 1v1 match. Let's see who wins. Catalyst has won the last 5 head-to-head meetings against Havoc. He also took a close victory over him just moments ago, so he carries a lot of psychological momentum into this one. The question is if Havoc can find a way to break that streak. Catalyst leads 2-1, keeping the pressure on Havoc. The rank 3 guy on the ladder looks comfortable here. Havoc catches him right off the ramp to even things up. The underdog is actually matching him blow for blow. Havoc catches him right off the ramp to keep this run going. The rank 3 guy is feeling the pressure now. We're all square at 3-3. Havoc has erased the lead. Boom, a quick 1-second reset there. Havoc picks him off the ramp to grab the lead. Coming off that 13-10 loss to him earlier today. Catalyst has a 79% win rate on this map, which usually makes him the heavy favorite here. Seeing Havoc hold the lead despite that historical gap suggests the ladder rating isn't telling the whole story today. We have to wonder if Catalyst can stabilize before this slips away. He catches him from the ramp to make it 4 in a row. Coming off a 10-13 loss to him earlier today. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to break the round before the break. Quick 2-second burst to stop the slide. Havoc leads 7-5 at the break. He is defying the odds here, especially since Catalyst wins 73% of their head-to-head matchups. The underdog is playing well enough to pull off a surprise. Side swap, fresh start. Wow, he digs deep from the ramp to survive with nearly nothing left, keeping this comeback alive at 7. Insane, he's just refusing to go down. Havoc takes him from the boxes to push this lead to 2. Havoc rank 7 on the ladder is playing like the favorite. Havoc pulls ahead to 9-6, firmly in control. Coming off a tough 7-13 loss to Phantom earlier. Catalyst doesn't even take damage here, showing real resilience as he claws back to 7-9. Havoc strikes back to make it 10-7. He's playing way above that 30% recent form. He wins the trade-off to make it 10-8, showing real grit as he claws his way back. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Trade-off on the ramp and Catalyst wins it to keep this comeback moving. Clean trade-off to bridge the gap to... The favorite is finally playing to that ladder gap. Havoc just shut down that mini run, keeping this match on a knife's edge. Coming off that 13-5 win over Phantom earlier today. Unreal. Both players nearly emptied their clips in a chaotic scramble, but Havoc survives to reach match point at 12-9. Game over, he closes out the 3-round run to take the map 13-9. He finally breaks that 5-game losing streak against Catalyst. Huge upset here on a map where he usually struggles. Welcome everyone, Phantom and Catalyst are facing off on Fast Aim, where the favorite looks to secure a win. Catalyst leads the head-to-head with 314 wins over Phantom. That historical edge is showing up early, especially since Catalyst took their last meeting in a close fight. We have to see if Phantom can overcome that mental hurdle today. Tough start for the best player on the ladder. Catalyst picks him off the ramp, making it 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is struggling early. Another one, he makes it 4 in a row without taking a single hit. The favorite is struggling to find any footing here. He knocks him off the ramp to make it 5 in a row. Strange to see the league's top-rated player struggle like this. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit to make it 6 in a row. Phantom usually owns the edge on this map. He doesn't even take a hit to make it 7 in a row. Coming off a 13-7 win against Havoc, but he's cold here. He does it again in under a second. That's 8 in a row. Our rating has him as the best player, but he's not showing it. Finally, a chaotic slugfest where Phantom survives the trade to break the streak. Wow, he barely survived that one with 36 HP. Phantom has been 22-10 in the last 24 hours, and we are finally seeing that form translate to the server. He is the best player on the ladder for a reason, and this run suggests he's finally closing the gap. The question is whether Catalyst can hold this momentum. Catalyst takes him from the ramp and now only needs 2 more to close this out. Our rating has him as the best player, but he's not showing it. 3-10 at the half. Catalyst is playing exactly like the favorite we expected, using an 8-round win streak to put Phantom in a hole. The top-rated player needs a huge response after the switch. Side swap time for a reset. Catalyst still holds a commanding 10-4 lead here. Boom! Another fast one under a second. Another clean kill under a second. Catalyst is just a few steps away from closing the door on this one. He's playing like the heavy favorite today. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to reach match point. A longer fight this time, but he still comes out on top. Boom! He shuts the door with 3 straight wins to take the map 13-4. A messy scrap where Phantom survives the trade to get one back. Whoa, barely held on with 35 HP there. Phantom snipes him off the ramp. He's put together 3 in a row now. Our rating has him at number 1 for a reason. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to seal the deal and take the map. He just completely ignored the map history today. Catalyst had Phantom's number from the start. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Phantom take on Italy, with the favorite looking to keep their lead. Phantom leads their head-to-head history with 796 wins over Havoc. That historical edge carried over into their most recent meeting, where Phantom took the series 13-7. Now the question is if Havoc can flip the script here. Phantom edges ahead 2-1, putting Havoc under pressure. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, can't pull away. These rounds are over in a blink. Phantom is just too fast for Havoc right now. That was a blink and you miss it kill. Phantom cruises to 4-1, leaving Havoc reeling. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is playing like it. Phantom doesn't miss a beat, making it 3 in a row without taking a single hit. 4 in a row for Phantom, pushing the lead to 6-1. Havoc is struggling after a 10-22 day so far. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 5 in a row for Phantom. Our top-rated player is simply playing a different game. Havoc finally answers back with a clean kill, bringing the score to 3-7. He's coming off a solid 39 win against Catalyst. Phantom holds a 66% win rate on this map, giving him a clear comfort level here. He is translating that edge into a lead that aligns with his status as the favorite. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to close this gap. Phantom takes a 9-3 lead into the break. This is playing exactly as expected, with the top seed using a 5-round streak to pull away. Havoc needs a big shift after the switch to stay in this side swap. Havoc needs a reset. Phantom holds firm at 9-4, still in control. Havoc rank 6 on the ladder, is fighting back. Wow, a total slugfest. Phantom barely survives that one to make it 4-10. Insane, he barely holds on with 18 HP. Phantom is just pulling too far ahead here. Havoc is fighting for every single round now. The best player on the ladder is just too consistent. Havoc takes him from the wine, keeping this within reach. That was a blur, under a second for the kill. Unreal, he survives a total bloodbath with just 7 HP to reach match point 12-5. Absolute chaos, he survives on a prayer. Boom. He ends it in under a second without taking a hit. Phantom wins the map. He just had Havoc's number all day, continuing that long-term dominance in their head-to-head history. Welcome everyone. Havoc and Catalyst are facing off on Orange, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head with 675 wins despite that historical edge. Havoc actually took their most recent meeting on red line. It's a question of whether Catalyst can regain his usual control here. Wow, he doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row. The 3 player on the ladder is struggling early. He answers back instantly, taking the round in a second without taking a hit. The slight favorite finally puts up a fight. He does it again in under a second, showing real grit to claw back into this. He survives a scrap to make it 3 in a row, wiping out the lead to tie at 3. He barely walked away from that one with 48 health. Unreal, he survives a total bloodbath with just 15 health to make it 4 in a row. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he survives again. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 5 in a row to push the lead to 5-3. The favorite is firmly back in the driver's seat. Havoc breaks the run with a clean kill, bringing the score to 4-5. He answers back instantly. A clean hit in under a second to make it 4-6. He snaps back with a clean kill in under a second to lead 7-4 before the break. Catalyst leads 8-4. This half tracks expectations with the favorite holding the lead, even though Havoc has a better win rate on Orange. We'll see if the number 6 player can close this gap after the switch. Havoc needs a quick spark here. He doesn't take a single hit here, continuing this resilient push to lead the 9-4. The favorite's grip on this is tight. Havoc is playing with a 10-22 record in the last 24 hours, so he's fighting an uphill battle against his own form today. He's managed to keep this competitive, but the question is whether he can sustain this push against a higher rated opponent. Boom, it doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row, chipping away at that early deficit. He survives a scrap to make it 4 in a row, continuing this climb back into the game. The slight favorite is suddenly fighting for his life. Insane Catalyst survives a total slugfest with just 15 health to stop the run, leading 10-8. Whoa, he just can't be put down when it's that close. He shuts it down without taking a hit, making it 2 in a row as he continues to fight back. Doesn't take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst, and he's now at match point. The ladder favorite is just too consistent today. He breaks the run in a quick scrap to keep this alive. 9-12, refusing to let the ladder favorite close this out easily. He doesn't take a hit. That's 2 in a row for Havoc as he refuses to go away. The underdog is flipping the script late here. Keeps it rolling. 3 in a row for Havoc to pull this within 1. The ladder favorite is suddenly staring at a potential upset. Boom! He shuts it down without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He just barely scraped through those low HP scrambles 3 different times to keep Havoc at bay. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. Phantom Dunes, where the favorite looks to secure a big win. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 315, 247 over the course of 500 matches. This historical edge is showing up early, especially since Catalyst just beat Phantom in their most recent meeting. The question is if the best player on our ladder can flip the script here. He's on fire, 3 in a row for Catalyst. The best player on our ladder is struggling to answer. Unreal, he survives a total bloodbath with just 15 HP to break the run. Phantom 1, Catalyst 3. Whoa, barely hanging on to keep this close. Catalyst pulls ahead 4-1, dominating the pace here. Blink and you missed it, just over a second there. He doesn't miss a shot, chipping away at the lead to make it 2-4. The favorite is finally starting to push back. He doesn't even take a hit, shutting down that streak to make it 3-4. Phantom is sitting on a 64% win rate here, which usually gives him a major advantage. But he just lost a close one to Catalyst an hour ago, so he's looking for the bounce back in this set. The question is if the ladder leader can actually reclaim the momentum. He snaps that streak right back, taking 3 in a row to lead 7-3. The top guy on the ladder is feeling the pressure. He catches him clean to make it 4-7 before the break. The best player on the ladder looks for more before the break. Phantom 5, Catalyst 7. This tracks with the pre-match read as the favorite keeps a slim lead. Phantom has a 64% win rate on Dunes, so he'll look to use that map edge after the switch. Side swap time for a reset. Insane. He survives a brutal back and forth with almost nothing left to keep the comeback alive. Man, he just can't seem to stay dead. Boom, he wipes out that streak and levels the score at 7-7, erasing a 4-round deficit. The favorite is officially back in the driver's seat. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row, continuing this climb after that early deficit. Exactly what you expect from the favorite in this spot. He catches him from the box without taking a hit, making that 4 in a row. The highest rated guy on the ladder is taking over. He breaks the run to bring the score to 9-8. Coming off a solid 18-15 run over the last day. Wow, he survives a total scrap with only 12 HP to tie it at 9-9. Man, he just refuses to go down. Phantom doesn't take a single hit to reclaim the lead 10-9, showing real grit after that early deficit. He shuts it down in under a second without taking a hit, making it 11-9. Everything is coming down to the wire here. A single round now separates these two. A tough look for the ladder leader right now. Catalyst just erased that lead. We are looking at a dead heat here. He's playing like the top 3 player on our ladder. Clean as it gets. Phantom takes no damage to reach match points 12-11. Exactly how the favorite should close this out. Game over. He doesn't take a single hit to seal the map and complete the comeback. He finally gets one over Catalyst after a long drought in their head-to-head. He worked for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Phantom face off on Mappas, with the favorite looking to stay on top. Phantom holds a 70% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical edge. He also just beat Havoc in their last meeting, so he enters this one with plenty of confidence. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt that pattern. Deadlocked at one apiece. Havoc and Phantom are squared up. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Havoc surges ahead, leading Phantom 2-1. Phantom's 22, 10 days hitting a wall. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither of them is giving an inch today. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, wipes the slate clean. Phantom claws back to lead it 3-2. Wow, that was over in less than a second. Havoc levels it up. We're tied 3-3. Havoc rank 7 is refusing to be the underdog here. Phantom edges ahead again. He's just barely pulling away in this one. He's the highest rated player on the ladder right now. Havoc strikes back, making it a 4, all stalemate. Coming off a tough 5-13 loss to him just now. Phantom naps the lead, pulling ahead 5-4. Coming off a tough 10-22 day. Phantom has a 22-10 record in the last 24 hours, and he's carrying that momentum right into this lead. He's playing like the best player on our ladder, while Havoc is struggling to shake a rough day. We'll see if Havoc can break this streak before halftime. Phantom leads 8-4 at the break. This half tracks the pre-match expectations as the favorite pulls away after a 4-round win streak. Havoc needs to change his approach to close this gap. Side swap, time for a reset. Havoc picks him off the ramp to keep this close. He's facing the #1 rated player on the ladder. Phantom's pulling away now, leading Havoc 9-5. Phantom 63% all-time win rate is showing through here. Phantom extends the gap to 10-5. Coming off that strong 13-11 win against Catalyst. Phantom catches him off the ramp and keeps the streak alive. Just like that 13-5 result in their last meeting. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row. And Phantom is now at match point. Unreal. He didn't even take a hit that time. Boom. He doesn't even take a scratch to close it out. Phantom takes the map. He just had Havoc's number today. Another one for the history books in this matchup. Welcome to Red Line. Havoc and Catalyst are ready to go though. The favorite looks tough to beat today. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 676 to 253 over Havoc. He also took their most recent meeting in a close one, so he should have the mental edge here. The question is whether Havoc can break that pattern today. Whoa, whoa, a total scrap. He barely survives that exchange to make it 3 in a row. Catalyst answers back with a clean kill, showing some resilience to make it 3-1. The slight favorite is finally starting to push back. Havoc takes the duel on the ramp to put a serious dent in Catalyst's start. Havoc's fighting through a tough 3-game skid today. Insane. They both nearly empty their clips in a wild scrap, but he barely survives it to make it 5-1. Havoc's fighting through a tough 3-game skid today. He survives a chaotic exchange to make it 3 in a row, pushing the lead to 6-1. Catalyst rank 3 on the ladder is really struggling here. He catches him from the ramp for 4 in a row, making it 7-1. That was a fast one, barely 2 seconds. A messy exchange, but he survives the scrap to make it 5 in a row. He's really shaking off that 3-game skid from earlier today. Absolute shutout. He doesn't even take a hit to make it 6 in a row. Less than a second for that kill. Catalyst catches him instantly, taking no damage to make it 9-2 before the break. Havoc leads 9-3. This is a complete shock given Catalyst wins 73% of their head-to-head meetings. The underdog is playing way above his rank right now, leaving the favorite reeling at the break. Side swap time for a reset. Havoc takes him from the ramp, putting a serious grip on this match, coming off 3 straight losses before this game. Havoc is just a few steps away from a huge upset here. Catalyst rank 3 on the ladder is getting outplayed. Catalyst puts up a fight here, but he's still fighting a steep uphill climb to get back into this. Unreal. Catches him off the ramp and survives with just 15 HP to reach match point. Living on the edge with another survival under 30 HP. He denies the finish from the ramp, keeping the dream alive at 12-5. Favorite finally finds a way to push back. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 2 in a row to keep Havoc at match point. The ladder's rank 3 is finally showing some life. Boom! Havoc picks him off the box to secure the win. He just completely flipped the script on their history. Havoc takes down the rank 3 in a huge upset. Welcome everyone. Phantom and Catalyst are heading into the arena for a great matchup where the favorite faces a tough test. Phantom takes the early lead from the Tetris, starting strong against the favorite. He's the best player on the ladder right now. Catalyst leads their head-to-head 315 to 248. He has traditionally owned this matchup, and we're seeing that historical edge surface early here. The question is whether Phantom can use his current form to break that pattern. Phantom surges ahead 3-1 to seize total control. Coming off a strong 13-5 win against Havoc. And again, 3 in a row for Phantom, pushing the lead to 4-1. The best player on the ladder is just playing his game. 4 in a row for Phantom, who now holds a 5-1 lead. The #1 guy on the ladder is simply too fast. Catches him from the Tetris to make it 5 in a row. The favorite is just taking over here. Catalyst snaps the run with a clean kill, making it 6-2. The #3 guy on the ladder isn't going away. Phantom is 22-10 in the last 24 hours, which is why he looked so dangerous early on. Catalyst is playing a much tougher day with an even record, but he's starting to fight back. The question is if this momentum can actually flip the script. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to make it 3 in a row, clawing back into this. The underdog is flipping the script here. Phantom halts that run with a clean kill to make it 7-4 before the break. Fast kill to wrap up the half. Phantom leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the pre-match script by holding the lead here. Catalyst usually wins 56% of their head-to-head meetings, but he's struggling to keep pace with Phantom's speed. Side swap, time for a reset. Phantom extends the gap to 8-5 with that win. Our top-rated guy on the ladder is just staying steady. He wins the exchange to bring it to 8-6, showing real grit to stay in this fast exchange to keep this close. Phantom strikes again to pull away at 9-6. Coming off a 13-11 win against him earlier today. He doesn't even take a hit here, continuing this resilient push to bring it to 9-7. He doesn't take a single hit in a 10 standoff, making it 2 in a row to bring the score to 9-8. 2 fast kills in a row to close the gap. Phantom stanches the bleed to lead it 10-8. That was a blink and you miss it kill. Phantom is pulling away here. He's putting together a run that could wrap this up very quickly. Barely survived that one with 33 HP. Catalyst catches him from the boost to keep this comeback alive, bringing it to 11-9. The favorite is finally starting to feel the pressure. He breaks the streak with a quick kill, making it 2 in a row for Catalyst. The favorite is finally feeling the heat. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 11-11, erasing that deficit entirely. Wow, a complete deadlock in the final stretch. Phantom shuts him down quickly to take a 12-11 lead, putting himself on match point. Quick reaction to stop that momentum cold. Boom, he deletes him without taking a hit to win the map 13-11. He finally breaks that historical curse against Catalyst. Both of them were hitting kills in a blink, but the #1 guy just held on. What a fight. Welcome everyone, Havoc and Phantom take on the Dunes, where the favorite looks to keep their streak alive. Phantom leads the head-to-head with 798 wins over Havoc. He also took a convincing victory in their last meeting, so he enters this match with a clear mental edge. The question is whether Havoc can disrupt that pattern here. Phantom edges ahead 2-1, putting Havoc on the back foot. The best player on the ladder asserting his authority early. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance today. Phantom's 23-9 run today is hitting a wall. Phantom clings to a tight 3-2 lead here. Our best player on the ladder showing that gap. Havoc knocks him off the box to level this up. We've got a dead heat at 3-3. Havoc coming off a strong 13-6 win against Catalyst. Havoc grabs the lead, 4-3, shaking Phantom's confidence. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Another one for Havoc. He keeps it rolling with 3 in a row. 1 second, that was practically instantaneous. Phantom snaps the run with a clean hit, narrowing the gap to 5-4. Phantom levels it up. We're all square at 5-5. The best player on the ladder reclaiming his territory. Havoc pulls ahead 6-5, seizing the momentum. The underdog flipping the script on the favorite. Six at the break. Phantom entered as the clear favorite, but Havoc is playing right at his level. Despite a 64% head-to-head disadvantage, Havoc has neutralized the gap completely. Watch for who strikes first after the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Havoc takes him from the box, putting the favorite on the defensive for the first time today. Purely instantaneous. That was a blink and miss kill. Absolute deadlock. Havoc and Phantom sit tight at 7-7. He's the top-rated player on the ladder for a reason. Phantom strikes back to claim an 8-7 advantage. He's just coming off a 13-11 win against Catalyst. Phantom doesn't take a single hit. 3 in a row for him, making it 9-7. The rank 1 player is simply too consistent. Whoa, a total scrap. He survives the chaos to bring it to 8-9. Barely survived that one with 32 HP left. Phantom snipes him right off the box to push the lead to 10-8. He's playing like the top-rated guy on the ladder. Havoc claws back to make it a 9-10 nail-biter. Havoc, top quartile on the ladder, keeps refusing to fade. Phantom pulls ahead by 2. Havoc just can't string enough together to flip the script here, mirroring that 13-5 result from their last meeting. He breaks the streak and hits match point, moving ahead 12-9. 3 seconds in, but still far too quick for him. Boom, it doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He keeps that head-to-head lead growing, and he did it with some of the fastest reactions we've seen all day. Welcome to Italy. Havoc and Catalyst face off now with the favorite looking for another win today. Catalyst holds a 73% win rate in their head-to-head history, while Havoc took their last meeting. The overall track record here heavily favors the current leader. The question is if Havoc can flip the script again today. Catalyst edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Havoc. Insane. He just ended that in less than half a second. Catalyst is picking up some serious steam here, putting Havoc on a 3-round slide. The rank 4 player is playing exactly to his seat here. Catalyst leads 3-2, keeping the momentum rolling. Coming off that 13-6 win in their last meeting. Catalyst pulls further ahead, now sitting at 4-2. The rank 4 player is staying composed here. Catalyst picks him up right off the vine to keep this run alive. Havoc is playing against the top 7% of the ladder here. Boom! Havoc deletes him in under a second, showing some real grit to pull this back to 3-5. Havoc picks him off the vine, showing real resilience to make it 4-5. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. Unreal. He cleans him up without taking a hit to tie this up at 5-5. Clean sweep of that momentum shift to even things up. Catalyst snaps the run with a 1-second blur to reclaim the lead before the break. Wraps up the first half with him in the lead. Catalyst leads 7-5. This half played out as expected, with the favorite holding a slim advantage. Havoc pushed back with a 3-round streak, but the rank 4 player kept control. Side swap, fresh start. He survives a scrap to win the opening round, keeping the comeback alive at 6-7. Tough fight, but he manages to scrap his way through that one. Whoa, he doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 7-7. Total reset now, neither side holding the edge. Catalyst picks him right off the vine to reclaim the lead. Havoc rank 7 is fighting a tough 9, 23 day. Wow, he catches him on the Tetris to tie it at 8-8. Continuing this gritty climb back into the match. He takes a few hits, but manages to fire back, moving ahead 9-8. Tough break for him, surviving that scramble just to drop it. Catalyst strikes back to lock this at 9-9. Coming off a 15-17 day for him. Wow, he doesn't even take a hit to reclaim the lead at 10-9. Underdog is really pushing the pace now. Catalyst claws back to deadlock this at 10-10. Catalyst picks him off the Tetris to extend the lead. He's really starting to pull away here. Havoc actually holds the historical edge on this map. He survives a scrap to make it 3 in a row, putting Catalyst at match point. Rough way to lose that, barely surviving the trade. Wow, he doesn't take a hit to keep this comeback alive, leaving Catalyst at match point. He just shut that door with 0 damage taken. Unreal, he survives a total bloodbath by a threat to win it all. He really fought through the map disadvantage to keep that head-to-head lead intact. Havoc gave him everything today, what a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst meet on fast aim, where the favorite faces a tough test. Today, Phantom catches him right off the ramp to take the early lead. The best player on the ladder starting things off strong. Phantom catches him right off the ramp, and these rounds are over in a blink. Best player on the ladder, making it look easy. Another one for him, 3 in a row for Phantom. Just like their last meeting where he took it 13-11. He doesn't even take damage, that's 4 in a row for Phantom. The best player on the ladder playing exactly to his seat. On real, he deletes him in half a second to make it 5 in a row. Catalyst finally answers back with a clean kill to make it 5-1. Catalyst actually leads their all-time head-to-head. Phantom takes him from the ramp to push this lead to 5 rounds. Coming off a 24-8 run over the last day. Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head 315-249, showing he usually knows how to handle this matchup. He's often the favorite when these two meet, and he's starting to chip away at this lead. The question is whether he can flip the script on Phantom here. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to make it 3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. He catches him from the ramp for 4 in a row, nearly erasing that early deficit before the break. Just one more before they head into the break. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying the expectations here, using his 67% win rate on fast aim to keep the favorite at bay. Catalyst clawed back late, but Phantom holds the momentum. Side swap, fresh start. He takes no damage at all, showing real grit to keep this comeback alive at 7-6. The ladder's top-rated player is feeling the heat. Phantom has been on a tear, with a 24-8 record in the last 24 hours. He is carrying that momentum into this series, having already beaten Catalyst in their previous match today. The question is whether Catalyst can find a way to halt this run. Catalyst catches him from the ramp, showing real resilience to keep this comeback going. The ladder's highest rated player is facing a real struggle here. He picks him off the ramp, snapping off a second straight win to keep this comeback alive. The favorite is suddenly fighting to keep a lead. Phantom picks him off the ramp to break that streak and push the lead back to 2. Our best player on the ladder reclaiming control. Phantom picks him off the ramp and the gap is starting to widen here. The best player on the ladder asserting his rank. He knocks him off the ramp for 3 in a row, bringing Phantom to match point. Clean kill, didn't even take a hit. The favorite is back in the driver's seat. Catalyst denies him from the ramp to keep the match alive. Wow, a total shutdown to stop that run. Boom, a chaotic scrap where both players bleed out, but Phantom survives the brawl to win the map. He barely scraped through that final brawl, under 30 HP to seal it. Catalyst pushed him to the limit. What a fight! Phantom is the best player on the ladder and usually controls this matchup, but he's starting slow here. It's a strange start considering he's 24-8 in the last 24 hours. The question is whether Havoc can keep this momentum against a heavy favorite. Havoc 6, Phantom 5. The underdog is defying the script here, holding a lead over the world number 1. It is a surprising turn given Phantom's 64% head-to-head win rate over Havoc. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom fights back to tie it at 6-0. The best player on the ladder refusing to let this slip. Phantom edges ahead, 7-6, seizing the lead. Pure speed, gone in under 3 seconds. Havoc takes him from the box to tie this up. These rounds are over in a blink. Havoc is playing the best player on the ladder as an equal. Havoc naps the lead, 8-7, keeping the pressure on. 2 straight in under 4 seconds total. Phantom levels it at 8-8, we are deadlocked. Havoc rank 7 on the ladder is fighting the best player. Phantom knocks him off the box. He's starting to pull away with a 3-round lead. 2 more in under 5 seconds total. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. Mirroring the 13-9 result from their last meeting. Phantom knocks him off the box, making it 4 in a row. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss against Catalyst. Havoc snaps the run. He's showing real resilience to pull this back to 9-11. The underdog is refusing to fold. Phantom catches him on the box to reach match point 12-9. Gone in just over a second. He really had to sweat for this one, but Phantom keeps that head-to-head dominance alive. Havoc pushed him to the limit. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst face off on Mappas, with the favorite looking to stay on top. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 677 to 254 over the long term. He actually took the win in their most recent meeting as well, so Havoc is fighting against a lot of history here. The question is whether Catalyst can regain that control. Catalyst edges ahead 2-1 as Havoc struggles to respond. He's the higher rated guy on the ladder right now. A trade-off on the ramp, but he wins it to make 3 in a row. Havoc enters this one struggling with a 3-game losing streak. Havoc answers back with a clean kill to make it 3-2. He's fighting through a tough 8-24 stretch today. Catalyst catches him right on the ramp to pull ahead again. He's the number 4 rated player on the ladder. Havoc has a 46% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical edge over Catalyst. He hasn't been able to translate that advantage into rounds today, and he's still reeling from a tough loss to Phantom just before this. We need to see if he can actually use this map's familiarity to turn the tide. Havoc wins a brief scramble to bring it to 4-6. The number 8 player on the ladder trying to flip the script. Catalyst pulls away to a 7-3 lead here. Fast kill, just over 2 seconds. Havoc holds the ramp here and keeps this close as we approach the half. Just a few more before they head to the break. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. This tracks with expectations as the favorite is staying on top despite Havoc's higher map win rate. Now we see if Havoc can close that gap on the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst climbs to 9-4, putting a grip on this. Another quick kill under 3 seconds again. Another snapshot, barely over 2 seconds. Whoa, Havoc survives a total war from the ramp, barely clinging on with 21 HP to make it 5-9. Unreal, he practically survives on a prayer there. Havoc claws back one more to make it 6-9. Coming off a rough 3-game losing streak today. Catalyst hits 10, leaving Havoc staring at the mountain. The favorite keeps the lid on this one. Catalyst is just too fast here. These rounds are ending in a blink, leaving Havoc no room to breathe. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath with just 14 HP to reach match point. Absolute chaos. He survives on a sliver of health. Havoc denies him from the ramp to keep the dream alive at 7-12. Fast reflex kill under 2 seconds there. Another one for Havoc. He doesn't take a single point of damage to make it 8-12. Boom! Catalyst shuts it down without taking a hit to win the map. He just had too much of a hold over Havoc today. Catalyst keeps that head-to-head dominance alive. Welcome to the Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst face off on orange with the favorite looking to stay on top. Phantom enters this one with a 24-8 record over the last 24 hours. He is currently the best player on our ladder, but Catalyst usually holds the historical edge in this specific matchup. The question is whether Phantom can maintain this form against his toughest rival. Phantom leads 2-1 as Catalyst fights to stay alive. The highest rated guy on the ladder is proving it right now. He keeps it rolling. 3 in a row for Phantom after a clean kill. Coming off a 13-9 win against him just now. Catalyst answers back with a clean kill to keep this close at 3-2. Catalyst still holds that career edge in the head-to-head. Phantom pulls ahead 4-2 to seize the momentum. Sub 1 second reaction to take the lead. Phantom is carrying a 7-win streak into this series. He's playing far above his usual level and is now making the heavy favorite look outmatched. We have to wonder if Catalyst can even find an answer today. Catalyst breaks the run, bringing the score to 6-3. Catalyst is usually the heavy favorite in this specific matchup. He makes it 2 in a row without taking a hit, showing a real resilience to pull this back to 6-4. Taking those without taking a single hit. Another clean one. He's won 3 straight to erase that early deficit before the break. Wraps the half with a sudden shift in momentum. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here, leveraging a 62% win rate on orange to stay ahead. Catalyst fought back late, but Phantom still holds the advantage. Side swap, let's see the reset. Catalyst doesn't miss a beat, taking a clean kill to keep this comeback alive at 7-6. The pre-match favorite is starting to feel the pressure. Wow, he doesn't even take a hit to tie this up at 7-7. The pre-match favorite is now fighting from a standstill. Takes the lead at 8-7-3 in a row for Catalyst as he wipes away that early deficit. The ladder's top seed is suddenly under a mountain of pressure. He survives a scrap to make it 4 in a row, erasing that early deficit. Tough way to lose it with his health that low. He keeps it rolling. 5 in a row for Catalyst to take a 10-7 lead. The favorite is completely falling apart here. Boom. Phantom survives a scrap to snap the streak and keeps his hopes alive at 8-10. Insane to survive that with under 50 health. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 2 in a row. Phantom is showing real resilience here. The favorite is finally regaining his footing. Unreal. He makes it 3 in a row without taking a hit to tie this up at 10-10. The ladder's top seed is finally back in control. Phantom makes it 4 in a row, completely erasing that deficit to lead 11-10. Pure reflex battle, not a single hit taken. He doesn't take a hit to make it 5 in a row. Phantom has match point at 12-10. Game over. He closes the door with a clean kill to complete the comeback. He finally breaks that historical curse against Catalyst. That sub 1 second reaction really set the tone for the finish. What a fight. Welcome to Orange. Havoc and Phantom are ready to go, though the favorite here faces a tough test. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, and the scoreline is already reflecting that gap. He just beat Havoc in their previous meeting, so he carries a significant psychological edge into this one. We'll see if Havoc can find a way to disrupt this momentum. Havoc leads 2-1, putting Phantom on the back foot. He's entering this one coming off a rough 8-24 today. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance today. The best player on our ladder gets this back to even. Phantom pulls ahead 3-2 to seize the lead. That's a blink and you miss it. Kill in under 2 seconds. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Phantom. The best player on the ladder is just playing his game. Untouched again. That's 4 in a row for Phantom. Our best player on the ladder is simply in another gear. 5 in a row for him, extending the lead to 6-2. He's coming off a strong 24-8 day so far. Havoc finally answers back, breaking the run to make it 4-6. Quick snap to take that one in under 2 seconds. Phantom is carrying a 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. This streak shows he is playing at a level far above his usual baseline, making him nearly impossible to shake right now. The question is whether Havoc can find any way to break that momentum. Phantom leads 8-4 at the break. This half played out exactly as expected, with the top-ranked player controlling the pace. Phantom's 62% win rate on Orange is shown here as he holds a comfortable lead. Side swap, time for a reset. Phantom stretches it to 9-4, totally dominating here. The best player on the ladder keeps the pressure on. Phantom hits 10-4 and looks completely untouchable. The highest rated guy on the ladder is just too consistent. He doesn't take a scratch. That's 3 in a row for Phantom, leaving Havoc needing 9 more to win. Both players landed hits, but Havoc survives the exchange to make it 5-11. Tough trade there, but he barely walked away with it. Havoc is actually putting up a fight here, chipping away at that lead with 2 quick wins in a row. Wow, he's on fire. 3 in a row for Havoc, and he doesn't even take a hit. The top quartile talent is actually fighting back here. Phantom shuts down the comeback effort with a clean hit. Match point. Boom, he shuts that door tight with a clean hit. Boom. Boom. He finishes it without taking a hit to win the map 13-7. He just continues to own this matchup. Havoc put up a fight, but he's got no answer for that form. Welcome to the arena. Havoc takes on the favorite Catalyst in today's 1v1 rifle duel. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 678 to 254, which is a massive gap for two players who face each other this often. He's won their last 5 meetings in a row, so Havoc is fighting against a very steep historical hill here. The question is if Havoc can actually break that pattern today. Havoc surges ahead, leading Catalyst 2-1. He's playing against a 5-game losing streak right now. Havoc picks him right off the ramp, putting a real gap between them early on. Complete flip from their last meeting, where he won 13-8. Catalyst knocks Havoc off heaven to tie this thing up. Rank 4 on the ladder, showing that experience here. Havoc stretches his lead to 4-2, coming off a rough 8-24 stretch over the last day. Havoc holds a narrow 4-3 edge as we reset. The top 7% player on the ladder keeps pushing back. Havoc is playing against a 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. He is defying those recent struggles by pushing the lead here, proving that the ladder gap isn't deciding this one. The question is if he can sustain this against a much higher rated opponent. Havoc catches him on the ramp to make it 3 in a row. The favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Catalyst takes a long dance and comes out untouched to wrap the half. A clean kill to keep it close heading into the break. Quick kill to stop the slide before the break. Havoc leads 8-4. This is a total reversal of expectations given Catalyst's 74% win rate on this map. The underdog is playing out of his mind and has the favorite on his heels heading into the second half. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc pulls further away to make it 9-4. Boom, a sub-second kill to keep the pressure on. Havoc top quartile on the ladder is simply not blinking. Havoc hits double digits, now commanding a 10-4 lead. A complete flip from that 13-8 loss they shared recently. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to break that streak. He's a rank 4 player for a reason. Havoc is just a few more kills away from pulling off a huge upset here. Coming off a tough 7-13 loss to Phantom earlier today. Unreal. A total scrap where he survives with just 1 HP to make it 11-6. Insane to see him survive 2 scraps in a row like that. Wow, a wild scrap where he absorbs a ton of damage to make it 12-6, match point. Complete reversal of the favorite's expectations for this one. Catalyst denies the finish. He survives a quick exchange to make it 12-8. Whoa, a sub 2-second snap to keep the dream alive. He wins another, making it 2 in a row to keep this fight going. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Boom! Havoc shuts it down without taking a hit to take the map 13-8. He finally breaks that 5-game losing streak against Catalyst. Huge result for Havoc to snap the head-to-head slide today. Welcome to Redline. Phantom and Catalyst face off now, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 315-251 over the course of their history. He has historically known how to handle Phantom, even if our rating has the other player at #1 on the ladder. We have to see if that old edge holds up here. A real scrap on the ramp there, but Catalyst comes out on top to take the lead. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is feeling the pressure. Phantom fights back to lock this at 2 apiece. He's carrying a 9-win streak into this one. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to keep this one close. The favorite isn't finding that early control. Phantom takes it from the Tetris, and these rounds are over in a blink, coming off a strong 13-7 win against Havoc. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to pull ahead, 5-3. Catalyst holds a 78% win rate on this map. Unreal, Phantom survives with a sliver of health to tie this up at 4-4. Whoa, he's playing with fire and still coming out on top. Catalyst knocks him off the Tetris to reclaim a 1-round lead. The highest rated guy on the ladder is struggling here. Phantom has been 24-8 in the last 24 hours, but that form isn't translating here. He's normally the clear favorite in our rating, yet he can't seem to find an answer for Catalyst's pace. We have to wonder if the momentum has completely shifted. 3 in a row for Catalyst, who snaps that run and takes a 7-4 lead before the break. Quick work there to cap off the half. Phantom 5, Catalyst 7. This is playing out exactly as expected with the favorite in control. Catalyst used a late 3-round run to build this lead, keeping his 78% map win rate intact heading into the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Wow, a total bloodbath. Phantom survives by the skin of his teeth to keep this comeback alive. Insane, he's just refusing to go down. Boom, he catches him from the ramp to tie this up at 7-7, showing real grit after that early deficit. Pure chaos, he's just deleting everything right now. Catalyst picks him off the ramp to reclaim the lead. This match is a total toss-up right now. Number 5 on the ladder refuses to be intimidated. Catalyst pushes to 9-7 and holds the upper hand. Fast work, that round was over in under 3 seconds. A trade-off from the ramp and he wins the scrap to pull it back to 8-9. Man, just a total coin flip between those two on the ramp. Catalyst strikes again to make it 10-8, matching the result of their last meeting on Blame Orange. Insane Catalyst catches him on the Tetris and survives with just 15 HP to make it 11-8. Man, he's just scraping by with those health totals. Another trade-off from the ramp, and he wins it. Match point for Catalyst. The underdog is completely flipping the script on our rating. Phantom denies him from the ramp to stay alive, making it 9-12. Fast hands there, keeping this series alive in just 3 seconds. trades him down and wins the scramble, making it 2 in a row to keep this fight alive. The favorites finally starting to bridge the gap. Game over. Catalyst knocks him off the boxes to seal the map. He just couldn't find a way past that history. Phantom fought hard, but he's still struggling to solve the puzzle. What a fight! Welcome everyone. Havoc and Phantom take on Fast Aim, where the favorite looks to keep their lead. Havoc takes the early lead from the ramp, catching Phantom off guard. Phantom is the best player on the ladder right now. Phantom catches him from the ramp to even things up. These rounds are ending in a blink. Just like their last meeting where he won 13-7. Phantom takes him from the ramp to keep the momentum going. Our best player on the ladder taking control here. Havoc strikes back to tie it up at 2-2. Coming off an A24 run over the last day. Phantom edges ahead. Now leading 3-2. Insane reaction time. That was under a second. Phantom has a 63% all-time win rate. And it shows in how he handles these exchanges. He is playing with a lot more confidence than Havoc, who has struggled with his form over the last few days. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to break this streak. Phantom knocks him off the ramp. That's 4 in a row. He's coming into this off a strong 23-9 day. Phantom catches him on the window. That's 5 in a row. Our best player on the ladder is just playing a different game. Havoc snaps the run. He pulls it back to 4-7. Havoc top quartile on the ladder refuses to go away. Havoc takes him from the ramp. He's chipping away at that lead as we approach the half. He survives that exchange with barely 33 HP. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the top seed holding the lead. Phantom's 67% win rate on fast aim is showing, though Havoc is keeping it close. Sights swap. Let's go. Phantom leads the head-to-head with 801 wins over Havoc. That historical edge usually means Havoc has to fight an uphill battle, and we are seeing that again as Phantom shuts down this little run. The question is if Havoc can actually sustain a comeback here. Unreal. Phantom knocks him off the planks and survives with just 4 HP. Wow, barely survived that one. The best player on the ladder is just too consistent. Phantom catches him on the ramp without taking a hit. That's 3 in a row. Phantom is playing like the #1 seed on the ladder. Havoc catches him on the wine box to bring it to 6-10. Coming off a 13-8 win against Catalyst. Havoc makes it 7-10, still chasing Phantom's lead. 2 fast ones in a row for him. Phantom shuts down that mini run just as it was gaining steam. He's firmly back in the driver's seat here. Phantom rank 1 on the ladder, just needs 2 more. Phantom catches him from the ramp to reach match point, 12-7. The favorite is holding everything together here. Boom, he catches him on the wine box to win it all, 13-7. He just had too much of an edge today, even when he barely scraped through a couple of those low HP scrambles. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for Havoc versus Catalyst, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 678 to 255, a gap that defines this rivalry, while Havoc took their most recent meeting. The overall history heavily favors Catalyst. The question is if Havoc can break that long-term trend today. Havoc takes him from the ramp to move ahead 3-1. The rank 4 guy is struggling to hold his lead. Catalyst claws back to lock this up at 2-2. The rank 4 guy keeps his favor here. Havoc takes him off the box to pull ahead 3-2. Coming off that 13-8 win in their last meeting. We're deadlocked at 3-3 as Catalyst fights back. The number 4 guy on the ladder is playing his part. Catalyst edges ahead 4-3 to seize the momentum. Fast exchange, barely 2 seconds on the clock. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Catalyst pushes it to 5-4 to take control. The number 4 guy on the ladder is playing to his rating. Havoc is 8-25 in the last 24 hours, and that slump is starting to bleed into this series. He's fighting someone in the top 7% of all rating who is playing a much cleaner day. Now we see if Havoc can snap this cold streak before he gets out of hand. Six at the half. Catalyst usually owns this map with a 78% win rate, but Havoc is playing him equal today. The favorite hasn't been able to pull away, leaving this wide open for the second half. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc nips ahead 7-6 to seize the lead. He's playing against a top 7% opponent today. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to bring this back to a dead heat. Quick snap to bring this right back to a deadlock. Havoc takes him off the box from the ramp to pull a 2-round lead. Fast exchange, barely over a second on the clock. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to bring this right back to a dead heat. Coming off a 13-10 win against Phantom today. Catalyst grabs a slim 9-8 lead right here, coming off a 17-15 run over the last day. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst to make it 10-8. The favorite is asserting himself as the gap opens. Catalyst picks him off the boxes to make it 4 in a row. Havoc's 20% win rate in his last 10 is showing. He doesn't take a single hit. 5 in a row and it's match point for Catalyst. Total shutdown, didn't even let him get a shot off. Whoa! Havoc catches him from the ramp to snap that run, keeping himself in this. The underdog refuses to go quietly here. Havoc strikes again from the ramp. He's showing real grit to stay alive at 10-12. Now the underdog is flipping the script. Boom! Catalyst shuts it down without taking a hit to win the map, 13-10. Havoc really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. He had to work for that. What a fight. Welcome to Red Line. Phantom and Catalyst face off now, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Unreal, Catalyst survives a total bloodbath with just 2 HP to take the lead 0-1. Whoa! A complete scrap. Phantom survives by a threat to tie it up 1-1. The best player on the ladder is asserting his rank here. Insane. Catalyst knocks him off the Tetris and survives by a threat to lead 2-1. Oh, total scrap on the ramp. But Catalyst comes out on top to push the lead to 4-1. The best player on the ladder is struggling to find answers. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to keep this one close. Coming off a 13-7 win over Havoc just now. Phantom catches him right there on the ramp to tie things up, erasing Catalyst's early lead. Catalyst generally holds the edge in their head-to-head history. Boom! A trade-off from the ramp as he makes it 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is finally asserting that gap. Clean kill for Catalyst to tie this up at 4-4. Quickest kill of the match so far. Catalyst picks him right off the ramp to take a 1-round lead. The 3 guy on the ladder has him on the ropes. Doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst. He's played 18 games already today. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst heading into the break. That wraps up the first half. 5-7 Catalyst. This is playing out exactly as expected with the favorite in control. Catalyst used the 4-round streak to grab the lead, though Phantom is keeping it competitive. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom catches him from the ramp, showing real resilience to keep this fight alive. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Both of them fighting for the ramp, but Catalyst wins the race to get the lead back to 2. The ladder's top seed is struggling to find a foothold here. Both players land heavy hits, but Phantom wins the scramble to bring it to 7-8. Fastest exchange of the second half so far. Wow, he catches him from the ramp without taking a hit to tie this up 8-8. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. He picks him off from the ramp without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row. Cleanest exchange of the set so far. Unreal. That's 4 in a row for Phantom, completely erasing that early deficit to lead 10-8. He denies from the ramp to make it 5 in a row, 11-8. The favorite is finally playing to that rating gap. Another clean win. That's 6 in a row for Phantom, and he's now at match point. Cleanest kill of the set, barely 2 seconds in. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out, completing the comeback and taking the map. That 7-round run was the difference maker. He finally breaks the streak and gets one over Catalyst for 1. Welcome to Dunes. Havoc takes on the favorite Phantom in this first 213 rifle duel. Let's get started. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, but the scoreline isn't reflecting that gap yet. He's coming in with a strong 24-8 record over the last day, so he'll be looking to shake off this slow start. The question is whether Havoc can keep the pressure on. Havoc leads 2-1 and is playing with total confidence. Phantom's best player status isn't helping him here. These rounds are ending in a blink. Havoc is just faster to the trigger right now. The best player on our ladder is struggling early. Another one, he keeps it rolling with 3 in a row. Phantom is usually the one controlling these meetings. Boom! Phantom snaps that run with a lightning fast kill, showing some real grit to stay in this. Unreal. He survives a total bloodbath with just 2 HP to make it 5-2. He's flipping the script after that 7-13 loss to Phantom earlier. Whoa, a total slagfest. He barely scrapes by with 26 HP to make it 6-2. He's playing against the best player on our ladder right now. Phantom leads the head-to-head 802, 456 over a long history of meetings. He usually finds a way to win these, and that long-term edge is starting to outweigh the early lead Havoc built. Now we see if Phantom can turn this into a genuine comeback. Havoc pulls ahead 7-4, keeping Phantom at bay. Havoc, top quartile on our ladder, is refusing to fold. Havoc leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the rankings here, putting the world #1 on his heels. Phantom holds a 64% head-to-head win rate, but Havoc has the momentum heading into the switch. Side swap. Let's see the response. Phantom catches him from the box, showing real resilience as he keeps fighting back. The ladder favorite is finally closing that gap. Wow, he wipes Ridicule from the table and ties it up at 7-7. Total reset, we've got a dead heat heading into round 15. Insane, he survives a chaotic exchange to take the lead, making it 3 in a row. Another fast exchange and he takes a 1-round lead. Havoc shuts him down instantly to tie it up at 8-8. Purely a reflex battle. That one was over in under 2 seconds. Havoc edges ahead 9-8 to reclaim the advantage. 2 in a row and both ending in under 2 seconds. Clean kill for Phantom, who doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 9-9. Cleanest kill of the match, barely a scratch on him. Havoc strikes first to move ahead, 10-9. Coming off a tough 7-13 loss to him just now. Havoc is pulling away here, taking a 2-round lead as the pressure mounts on Phantom. Less than a second, just a total blink of an eye. Havoc doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. Match point. The ladder favorite is completely stalled. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just shocked the world, taking down the #1 seed. Despite that brutal head-to-head history, he had to scrape through twice under 30 HP to make this happen. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst face off on orange, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Catalyst has won 73% of their head-to-head matches over the long term. He is coming off a recent win against Havoc as well, and it looks like that psychological edge is carrying over here. The question is whether Havoc can break this pattern. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. He's currently the number 4 player on the ladder. Havoc answers back with a clean kill, showing some resilience to make it 2-3. Fastest kill of the match so far. He does it again. 2 in a row for Havoc, who's refusing to back down. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. Wow, he wipes the slate clean to tie it at 3-3, winning 3 straight. Pure speed on that last one. Catalyst halts the run, taking the lead 4-3. Havoc ranks 7 on the ladder, can't let this slip. Havoc has struggled today with a 725 record over the last 24 hours. He is fighting an uphill battle against a player who is playing much better throughout the day. The question is whether Havoc can shake this slump before the gap grows too wide. Havoc catches him from the ramp to tie it up at 5-5, continuing this climb. Back to square one as we head toward the half. Boom, he makes it 3 in a row, taking the lead 6-5 right before the break. He wraps the half with a clean set of kills. Havoc leads 7-5. He's defying the head-to-head history where Catalyst wins 73% of the time. The underdog is playing above expectations here, and Catalyst needs a strong start in the second half to reclaim control. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst closes the gap, leaving Havoc up 7-6. Insane speed on that kill, just 1 second. Catalyst forces a deadlock, making it 7-7. He's historically the dominant force in this matchup. He takes it without taking a scratch, showing real grit to pull ahead 8-7. The underdog keeps flipping the script on the favorite. He doesn't even take a hit, breaking the streak and pushing the lead to 9-7. Another clean kill with 0 damage taken. He does it again, 3 in a row for Havoc, who's completely flipped this match on its head. Fastest kill of this current run. Catalyst snaps the run with a clean kill, showing real resilience to keep this fight alive. He recovers immediately with a clean kill, extending the lead to 11-8. The underdog is firmly in the driver's seat now. Havoc shuts down the rally and hits match point, showing incredible resilience after trailing early. Pure reaction time on that kill. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and complete the comeback. He finally breaks that long losing streak against Catalyst. Huge upset for the underdog to take this one. Hard fought to win. welcome to Mapas. Phantom and Catalyst are ready to go, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Phantom holds a 70% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical edge here. He's also the best player on our ladder, so he should be able to recover from that first round. The question is whether Catalyst can keep this momentum going. Catalyst leads 2-1 and is smelling blood. Catalyst actually leads their all-time head-to-head 316-252. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. He's the highest rated guy on the ladder right now. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to keep this run going. Coming off a 13-8 win in their last meeting. Phantom snaps that streak and keeps it rolling. 3 in a row. Under 2 seconds. He's just not giving him any time. Catalyst answers back here, cutting the lid to 4-3. Catalyst top 10% on the ladder isn't backing down. Phantom has been 23-9 in the last 24 hours. And that form is carrying over here. He is looking for a bounce back after a close loss to Havoc earlier today. We'll see if Catalyst can break this momentum. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, showing some real resilience to pull this back to 4-6. Tight window there, but he gets the kill. Phantom pulls ahead to 7-4, really finding his rhythm. The favorite is asserting his control here. Phantom leads 7-5. The underdog is defying expectations and pushing for a surprise victory here. He's leaning on that 70% map win rate to keep the favorite at arm's length, heading into the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst stays resilient, taking a long fight without taking a single hit to make it 7-6. Clean kill, didn't even let him fire back. Unreal. Phantom scrapes by with just 15 HP after knocking him off the ramp. 8-6. Insane survival, just barely hanging on there. Phantom pushes to 9-6 and puts the pressure on. Just a blink of an eye, under 2 seconds again. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real grit to bring it to 9-7. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite pull away. Phantom surges to 10-7, putting a grip on this. The best player on the ladder is firmly in control. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to keep fighting back, bringing it to 10-8. Quick trade there, barely 2 seconds of action. Phantom is pulling away now, putting a 3-round cushion between himself and Catalyst. He's playing like the top seed on the ladder right now. He doesn't take a single hit here, continuing the push to make it 11-9. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite close this out. He shuts down that run with a clean kill, making it 11-10 as he keeps fighting back. Under 2 seconds again, he's just not giving him any time. Wow. He wipes the slate clean with a 1-second kill to tie this up at 11-11. Both players land their shots, but Phantom survives the exchange to reach match point at 12-11. Both of them landing shots, but he manages to claw it back. Boom! Phantom shuts it down from the ramp to take the map 13-11. He really had to sweat for this one. Catalyst pushed him to the limit, but Phantom holds the line. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Havoc and Phantom take the stage at the arena with the favorite looking to secure another win. Phantom takes him right off the box to start us off. The best player on the ladder starts strong. Phantom picks him off the Tetris and these rounds are over in a blink. The best player on the ladder making it look easy. He doesn't even take damage. 3 in a row for Phantom. Coming off a 24-8 day, he's playing exactly to form. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Phantom. Havoc can't find the same magic he had in their last meeting. Both trade hits, but he comes out on top. 5 in a row for Phantom. Our rank 1 is just playing to his rating here. Another clean get for him. 6 in a row for Phantom. Another one in just over a second. Boom! Havoc breaks the run with a clean get, bringing the score to 2-6. He did take him down 13-9 in their last meeting. Havoc takes him from heaven to make it 3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to put a stop to that mini run. The best player on the ladder regaining his footing. Phantom has won 64% of their lifetime encounters. He typically has the upper hand in this rivalry and he's playing the role of the favorite here. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt that historical trend. Phantom leads 8-4. This half tracks exactly how we expected it to go, with the rank 1 player controlling the pace. He used a 6-round streak to build his cushion and stays in the driver's seat. Sights, swap fresh time. Whoa, a total slugfest. Phantom survives a brutal exchange with just 24 HP to make it 9-4. Insane. He practically danced away from that one. Havoc claws 1 back, trailing 5-9 now. Havoc, currently rank 6 on the ladder, isn't backing down. Phantom pulls ahead 10-5, tightening the grip here. He's the highest rated guy on the ladder for a reason. Phantom picks him right off the Tetris and he's just a couple more away from closing this out. Coming off an 8-24 run over the last day for Havoc. Havoc is hanging around here, refusing to let Phantom pull away with a big lead. A bit more of a scrap this time. Phantom wipes him out without taking a hit. He's at match point. A lightning fast reset for him. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, boom, a perfect shot to close it out. Phantom takes the map 13-6. He just had too much speed for Havoc today, including a sub 1 second kill that left him stunned. Phantom stays on top. Welcome everyone. Havoc and Catalyst face off on Italy, where the favorite looks to maintain their edge. Catalyst leads the head-to-head with 679 wins over Havoc, while the latter puts them both in the top 10. Catalyst historically owns this matchup. The question is whether Havoc can repeat his recent victory against him here. Havoc takes him from the wine to keep this tight. He's currently ranked 7 on the ladder. Havoc takes him from the wine, and now he's got the momentum moving his way. Catalyst edges ahead 3-2 to seize the lead. He's coming off a tough stretch with 3 losses in a row. Catalyst pushes to 4-2, widening the gap. Boom, a 1.1 second burst to take control. These rounds are ending in a blink. We're seeing a total shootout where the first person to click wins. Catalyst knocks him off the wine to keep the lead at 2. Coming off a tough 8-13 loss to him earlier today. Catalyst takes him from the Tetris to keep this run going. This slight favorite is firmly in control here. Catalyst catches him on the wine from the Tetris. 3 in a row. The rank 5 player is asserting his authority here. Havoc takes him from the Tetris to snap the streak before the break. A much slower pace to end that one. He's Catalyst leads 7-5. This half is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite holding a small cushion. Catalyst owns 73% of their head-to-head history, and he's using that experience to keep Havoc at arm's length. Side swap, fresh start. He doesn't even take a hit in a 1-second burst, showing real resilience to keep this close. Pure speed, another kill in a second flat. Havoc is struggling with an 8-24 record in the last 24 hours. That poor form is catching up to him now that the early momentum has faded. The question is whether he can stabilize before Catalyst pulls away for good. Havoc knocks him off the wine, showing real resilience as he fights back to 7-9. A bit more of a scrap this time to get it done. Catalyst strikes again to push the lead to 10-7. Under a second again, just pure speed. Havoc knocks him off the wine, but Catalyst is pulling away now with a 4-round lead. A top 10% player, showing why he's ranked 5th. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He survives by a sliver to reach match point and take 3 in a row. Havoc snaps the run. He denies the match point to keep this alive at 8-12. Boom! Catalyst knocks him off the wine to take the map. He just couldn't shake that historical slump today, even with the map edge. Catalyst continues to own this matchup. Welcome everyone. Phantom and Catalyst are facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Phantom holds a 67% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical edge here. He is also the best player on our ladder, so he should be able to shake off this early loss. The question is if Catalyst can maintain the pressure. Phantom pulls ahead 2-1 to seize the momentum. Coming off a 13-6 win against Havoc earlier today. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Phantom. The best player on our ladder is making it look easy. Catalyst picks him off the ramp to keep it 3-2. Catalyst actually leads the all-time head-to-head here. Phantom picks him off the ramp to push the lead to 4-2. Phantom is just playing like the top seed on the ladder. Phantom is putting up a 24-8 record in the last 24 hours. He's carrying that heat into this set, having already beaten Catalyst in their most recent meeting. The question is if Catalyst can find a way to flip the script here. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp, showing real resilience to keep this close at 5-4. The underdog is flipping the script in real time. He catches him off the ramp to make it 3 straight, tying this up at 5-5. Total reset here, both players starting fresh for the next 5. Wow, he just doesn't miss. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst, taking the lead before the break. Six at the half. Catalyst entered as the heavy favorite, but Phantom is playing like the top seed and refusing to fall behind. Catalyst's 4-round streak almost stole the lead, but we're completely deadlocked. Switch sides, fresh start. Both players were on the ramp, but Phantom wins the race to make it 7-6. Our top-rated player on the ladder is separating himself here. Phantom takes it from the ramp to move the lead to 8-6. He's playing like the best player on our ladder right now. Catalyst doesn't take a single hit in under a second, showing real grit to close the gap to 8-7. Another clean one for Catalyst, erasing the lead to tie it at 8-8. Phantom breaks the deadlock to go up 9-8. A bit more drawn out, but he gets the job done. Just like the last meeting on Blame Mapas. Phantom extends the gap to 10-8 with that kill. He's playing like the #1 rated guy on the ladder. He catches him from the ramp to make it 3 straight, pushing the score to 11-8. Catalyst's 40% win rate in his last 10 is weighing on him. He survives a trade of shots to snap the streak, bringing this to 11-9. Insane to see him survive that with only 79 HP left. Phantom picks him off the ramp to reach match point, making it 12-9. The favorite is firmly back in control here. Catalyst drops him off the ramp without taking a hit, refusing to let this match end just yet. Quick reaction there to keep the dream alive. He knocks him off the ramp to make it 2 straight, refusing to go quiet. Unreal. He's just refusing to let this match end. Boom. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to win the map 13-11. He's finally starting to close that lifetime gap against Catalyst. He had to sweat it out, but he gets the win. What a fight! Welcome everyone. Havoc and Phantom take on the Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Havoc takes him from the box to get the early lead. Phantom comes in as the best player on the ladder. Phantom has won 803 of their head-to-head matches, a gap that usually defines this rivalry. He just beat Havoc in their last meeting as well, so he's carrying a lot of confidence into this one. The question is whether Havoc can disrupt that pattern today. Havoc takes him from the box, and now he's really starting to pull ahead. Phantom is the best player on the ladder right now. Havoc leads 3-2 as Phantom fights to stay alive. Fast reaction there, ending it in under 2 seconds. Unreal. Havoc survives with just 6 HP after taking him from the box to lead 4-2. Phantom claws back to make it 4-3 for Havoc. Gone in a blink, just 1.3 seconds. Phantom has been 24-8 in the last 24 hours, showing a level of form that usually makes him untouchable, yet he is currently fighting an uphill battle against Havoc, who is playing well above his usual standard. Today, it will be interesting to see if the favorite can reverse this momentum. Havoc knocks him off the box to push this lead to 6-4. The best player on the ladder is struggling to find an answer. Havoc surges to 7-4, putting Phantom in a hole. Wow, just under a second for that one. Havoc leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is flipping the script here, defying a head-to-head record where Phantom wins 64% of the time. We're seeing a genuine surprise on our hands as Havoc holds the edge. Side swap, time for a reset. Phantom doesn't take any damage here, showing great resilience to pull it back to 7-6. The favorite is finally starting to steady the ship. Phantom doesn't even take a hit here, erasing the lead to tie it at 7-7. The favorite is finally reclaiming his place on the ladder. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row and take the lead, 8-7. 0 damage taken for the 3rd time in a row. Another clean kill. That's 4 in a row for Phantom, who's completely overturned the early deficit. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 5 in a row, taking a 10-7 lead. Whoa! He snaps that streak. Havoc shows some real grit to make it 8-10. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. Insane. He takes him from the box and barely survives to make it 9-10. 2nd time in a row he's escaped with a sliver of health. Phantom shuts him down without taking a hit, showing real resilience to lead 11-9. Havoc is showing real resilience here, taking a clean win to bring it to 10-11. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite close this out. Pure efficiency. He doesn't take a scratch to tie it at 11-11 and keep this comeback alive. Havoc takes him from the box for 3 straight, moving to match point at 12-11. Fastest kill of the streak right there. Unreal. He finishes the run with a clean kill to complete the comeback and take the map. He completely flips the script on the #1 player in the world. Havoc just pulls off a huge upset. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst face off on Orange, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 680-256. He has won their last 5 meetings, and that psychological edge is already showing in this opening round. The question is if Havoc can finally break that pattern today. Catalyst holds a 2-1 lead, keeping the pressure on. Coming off a tough 9-24 run over the last day. Havoc has the momentum now, erasing that early lead to tie things up. 1 second, pure reflex. Both players bleed out in a slugfest, but he secures 3 in a row. The rank 6 guy is playing like the favorite here. Catalyst answers back instantly to tie it at 3-3. The ladder has him just 1 spot higher than his opponent. Catalyst edges ahead 4-3 to reclaim the lead. He's coming off a 13-8 win against him earlier today. Havoc strikes back to make it 4-4. He's coming off a tight 13-11 win against Phantom. Havoc is picking up speed here. These rounds are ending in a blink. 2 more in under 3 seconds total. Havoc keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, moving the score to 6-4. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Wow, a total slugfest. Catalyst survives with just 14 HP to break the run before the break. Insane survival to keep this close heading into the break. 6 at the half. Catalyst entered as the favorite, but Havoc is playing him even. He's leaning on a better 49% win rate on Orange to keep this a toss-up as they switch sides. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc pulls ahead 7-6 to seize the lead. Gone in a blink. The rank 6 guy is refusing to fold here. Havoc is currently 9-24 in the last 24 hours, making this run a huge departure from his day so far. He's playing with a level of confidence we haven't seen from him in other matches today. The question is if he can maintain this pace to pull off the upset. Catalyst refuses to go away, digging in to bring the score to 9-7. Clean break to stop that slide. He doesn't take a single hit snapping onto the target to make it 9-8. Pure speed on that last kill. Havoc pushes to 10-8, extending his narrow cushion. His rank 6 spot is looking more and more deserved. Havoc is pulling away here, putting a 3-round cushion between him and the favorite. Gone in just over a second. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. Match point for Havoc. Boom, he trades the damage but wins the fight to take the map. First time he's gotten one over Catalyst in a long while. He finally breaks that losing streak today. Hard-fought win.